Okay, I had to rush back here because it's like, oh shit, I'm already taking too much time as it is! Sorry about that. I had to, Dad's on another overnight trip tonight, so, I have to take care of the dog and get all the other stuff I needed to do done. So, sorry about that. Shuffle is on, right? This is right after the last trick. I mean, it's saying it's on. I don't know. Anyway. How has everybody been? It's been a couple weeks. I've been doing pretty well, honestly. I mean, obviously, my birthday is next week. Holy shit. I'm gonna be 29. I'm almost 1 year off from 30. That's fucking great. Fantastic. But yeah, I'm I'm gonna say this right now. I'm a little bit I'm gonna probably be a little bit scatterbrained tonight because, you know, as I said, I have to take care of the dog. So, there's that. But there's also the fact that, like, I'm gonna be going out of town again Tuesday. Except however, it's not gonna be for me this time, no. It's gonna be for my sister-in-law because, wouldn't you know it, our birthdays are practically, are only a couple days apart. Like, literally, like, a few days apart. So, I'm having to go out of town so that we can get her birthday stuff. So, and that's Tuesday. So tomorrow I'm gonna be busy as heck. And I'm already like, ugh. But, I will say, I'm happy about tonight because, as I usually do, I took a look at the Kalos decks, like I usually do. And, because, again, I knew that the Kalos decks is, like, you know... This is shuffled! Yes, it is. Okay. I was gonna lose my mind. I was like, why is this not shuffled? As I was saying, but yeah, so I took a look at the Kalos decks, and I knew that it was gonna be the smallest decks out of the entirety of the National, because of, you know, of everything. I think I remember saying this last stream where it's like, I know that it's less than 100. However, when I was doing the calculations yesterday, you know, so that I can determine, like, okay, what Pokemon are we gonna stop at tonight versus what Pokemon are we gonna, like, get to the halfway point, right? And, so, it's actually smaller than I thought, because for some reason the number 88 kept, like, popping in my head, and I'm like, that can't be right. But, no, the actual number is 77. 77. So that means that for this Pokemon stream, we're only gonna be ranking like 35, 36 Pokemon. And that means the halfway point is only gonna be 17. So yeah, this stream, hypothetically, because, you know, it might end up being shorter than the other ranking streams. Which is crazy to think. Okay. But, I think before we get into that, obviously we need to read our disclaimer, so... Let me get the description up. It's gonna be very interesting reviewing Kalos. Next stream. Alright, so, if y'all will please scroll down to the description below as I read out the rules. Number 1, keep in mind that what I say in this is purely my opinion and should not be taken as fact. I know every Pokemon out there has its fans, but I may not be one of them, so please understand that there can and will be places where we'll have to agree to disagree. And of course, the opposite applies as well, where, you know, there are probably going to be Pokemon that I'm a big fan of that you aren't. Respect opinions. Number 2. I'm only going to be covering Pokemon from games I have experience with, meaning this series of streams will only go up to Sword and Shield. This also means Pokemon that appear in games I've never played, for example, Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon and the Sword and Shield DLC, will not be covered. And apologies to fans of ScarVio in advance. And last but not least, number 3. Please do not harass me because I may not like certain regions. Y'all have heard me shit-talk Kanto, y'all have heard me shit-talk Sinnoh. I think that just, you know, needs to be said. However, well, you know what, I'll go into that little tidbit at the end of next stream when we're done with Kalos. But anyway, with that out of the way, let us now transition over to my tier list here. My own personal customized tier list that I made several years ago. Alright, so as a quick recap for those who are either joining in for the first time or it's, you know, we have a little bit of goldfish memory, this is my customized tier list for any Pokemon, or hell, even media, that I choose to cover for this, that I rank. So, a quick recap on what each of the tiers mean. We have S tier, which means these are going to be whatever, at least for this format, these are going to be Pokemon that I absolutely love to have on my team no matter what. These are the Pokemon that are probably going to be my favorites out of all of them, regardless of whether the stats are good, the design is cute, or good or pretty, whatever. S tier is basically the best of the best for me. A tier is for Pokemon that you will most likely see on my team that I really do like, you know, and, you know, but I may not, you know, carry with me to my champions, let's just say that. As you can see here, the B tier is obviously divvied up into 2 sections. So we have the upper B tier, which is for Pokemon that I will generally like, you know, for a variety of reasons. However, you know, it may have on my team, however, you know, depending on how things go, may have to be switched out. Lower B tier is basically for Pokemon that I'm like, I can see why people like it. It's just not for me personally. And it's also for Pokemon that I generally don't really have much of an opinion about. Like, this is basically the indifferent tier. And then C tier is, of course, is where Pokemon that I personally don't like will go, regardless of any, you know, design aspects I may like or whatnot. Like, this is where the ugly Pokemon I fear end up in. So, scrolling down here, we have our pictures that I will be showing to you to describe. Alright. Oh, this is another... oh, I listened to this track a lot. Anyway, so, with each Pokemon that is showcased, I will be covering a lot of information about them regarding, you know, meaning, you know, their basic information, then we cover the biology, then we cover the stats, and then, of course, I go into my own personal opinion / anecdote / experience, whatever, you know, whatever, right? And that's usually where I ramble, but I'm gonna keep my mouth, you know, close to the, not mic, what's the word? You know, like, I'm gonna try my best to not ramble. Alright, just currently getting my tabs loaded up. Alright, so we have our first Pokemon of the Kalos region, and of course that is always the Grass-type starter. And the Grass-type starter for Kalos, or at least for Pokemon X and Y, is... okay, and it freezes. We love it. Is Chespin. Alright, so Chespin / Harimaron is known as the Spiny Nut Pokemon. It is a pure grass type that evolves into Quilladin at level 16, which then evolves into Chestnut at level 36. It can have Overgrow as a regular ability with Bulletproof as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows, and speaking of which, you can find all this information on Bulbapedia. It is for free, and I would highly recommend it, because it's like a fucking encyclopedia. But anyway, Biology for Chespin states, Chespin is a bipedal mammalian Pokemon. It is primarily light brown with darker arms and 3 triangular markings around its face. It has oval brown eyes, a triangular red nose, and rodent-like incisors. Its arms have 3 fingers, while its feet have 2 long claws. Covering its back is a tough green shell, which extends from its head to halfway down its tail. The tip of its tapered tail is orange. There is a small off-center hole in the shell on the back of Chespin's head, and, around the face, the shell has 4 leaf-like spikes. On the back of its head is another spike split into 3 parts. Chespin's shell can protect it from powerful attacks. The quills on its head are usually soft but can be stiffened for attacking as well. Despite having a curious nature that tends to get it in trouble, Chespin keeps an optimistic outlook and does not worry about small details. By consuming tons of berries, the bark shell that covers Chespin's head and body will grow sturdier. And prior to Generation 7, Chespin and its evolved forms were the only known Pokemon that could have Bulletproof as an ability. As for our stats, its highest is its physical defense at 65, with physical attack at 61, HP at 56, special attack at 48, special defense at 45, and speed at 38. Alright, so I remember when X and Y came out, how people did not like this little guy. I mean, now here's the thing. I kind of understand why. At least just purely in terms of the design. Chespin doesn't look that great. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to, describe it. It's not that it's ugly, mind you. Like, it can be cute. But, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't really do anything for me. I mean, now granted, again, I saw the way people reacted to Chespin, and of course the entire Chespin line, where they hated this little guy. They were like, this motherfucker's ugly, blah, 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 blah. I mean, now, admittedly, after getting a Chestnut for myself in ZA, I kind of understand why you wouldn't want a Chestnut on your team, because the move pool is shit. But as for Chespin, it's alright. It's alright. So I guess the question is, where would I put this? Honestly, I'm thinking lower B tier. I'm honestly thinking lower B tier for this little guy. Again, yeah, it's definitely not. I mean, I will say this: it's not a badly designed starter. It's just I just don't think it really does it for me. Okay. Next up. By the way, the music that you are hearing is my curated playlist of music from the Kalos region that have all been remixed, and the playlist will be made public after the end of the second live stream for Kalos, so the end of the next stream. Alright, next up is Quilladin. Alright, so Quilladin / Hariborgu is known as the spiny armor Pokemon, retaining its pure grass typing along with its abilities, and the biology states, Quilladin is a bipedal mammalian Pokemon with some plant-like features. Most of its body is covered by a green armor-like shell similar to a chestnut. The shell covers everything except its face, lower body, and legs, and the undersides of its arms. That should just be with a comma, but okay. The visible parts of its body are dark brown except for its lighter face. The face has dark oval eyes, a small pink nose, and on a pointed snout, a dark brown sideways triangle on each cheek, rodent-like incisors, and a three-pointed patch of dark brown fur on its forehead. On either side of its head is a large ear-like spike with reddish tips. Its tail also has a reddish tip. Its shell is banded over its arms and on its back, and the fur on its lower body creates a three-pointed pattern on its front. Quilladin has 3 white clawed digits on its hands and 2 on its feet. Quilladin is not aggressive and never starts fights, although it is known to exercise its lower body by running into other Quilladin. When it is forced to defend itself, it relies on its shell to deflect attacks, before counteracting with its sharp quills. The shell of Quilladin is both sturdy and heavy, which naturally strengthens the lower body of Quilladin. A Quilladin's cackle is powerful enough to send a trailer flying. Holy shit, okay. Due to this body, Quilladin is immune to pain. Not even violent collisions will phase it. Oh, so it's kind of like, I don't know I forget what the name of the condition is, but it's very reminiscent of this real life, I don't know what they classify it as, but it is a disorder where, where someone is just unable to feel pain. For some reason in our brain, the pain receptors are just not working for that person. And so they're not immune to pain. They're just not really able to feel it. And if anything, that's actually kind of bad for the person, because, imagine if, something is horribly wrong with their body, but they're not able to tell because, again, pain is normally how we can tell when our body needs, medical aid, right? Or at least some kind of medicinal aid. And if we're not able to feel it, well, how are you going to know that something is wrong? Until it's probably too late, right? So, anyway, prior to Generation 7, Quilladin and its evolutionary relatives were the only known Pokemon that had Bulletproof as an ability. Moving on over to the stats, physical defense is at ties at 95, with physical attack at 78, HP at 61, special defense at 58, speed at 57, and special attack at 56. Why do I feel like I'm becoming like one of those VGC commentators? Anyway, Quilladin. I'm not gonna lie. This is a definite downgrade for Chespin. This is a definite downgrade for Chespin. I definitely don't... Again, that's not to say it's ugly. What is this? That's not to say, of course, this is ugly. Well, it is a little ugly, I'm not gonna lie. But I can see its appeal, maybe? I mean, it's just a little dude, a little guy. But yeah, I don't really... But yeah, it's alright, I guess. I'm not gonna be mean and put it in the C tier, but it's definitely going to lower B tier. I don't... Man, I really like this track for, the Kalos power plant. Oh, speaking of which, because I was talking about the music earlier, I actually made the executive decision to not put any ZA music in the playlist. If only because, even though I finished the main game of Legend ZA, I've not really done much of the post-game stuff, especially since I took a break from it weeks ago. And not to mention, a lot of the remixes I found for the ZA soundtrack, they're not that good. At least I don't like them. So, yeah, unfortunately there's no ZA music. But hey, that's not to say, of course, that, you shouldn't check out some of the remixes for the ZA music. I mean, hell, I played Glitch City's remixes for Kanari, Corbeau, Jacinth, and the Rival battle music on stream before. And those I really like, so... Yeah. Anyway, next up is the final evolution for Chespin, which is Chestnut. However, speaking of ZA, ZA decided to give us Megas for the Kalos starters, so we have our first Mega already, and that is Mega Chestnut. Alright, so we're obviously going to cover Chestnut first. Alright, so Chestnut slash Burigaron is continuing to be known as the Spiny Armor Pokemon, retaining its Grass typing. However, it gains the Fighting type upon evolution. keeping the abilities it had throughout. However, as Mega Chestnut, Bulletproof becomes its just regular ability. Cool. Anyway, the biology for Chestnut states, Chestnut is a bipedal mammalian Pokemon with some plant-like features. There is fluffy white fur on its belly and fringing its face like a beard. It has a small pink nose with a 3-pointed patch of brown fur extending up its short snout and 4 pointed teeth. On top of its head is a plate of beige armor similar to a helmet. It possesses a prominent domed armor-like shell similar to that of a chestnut. The armor is beige with 4 large spines jutting out of the back. The armor is trimmed with red and green bands. The green is on the outermost edge. There is an additional spine protruding from the armor over each of Chestnut's shoulders, which are connected by a green breastplate. Its body is colored similarly to the shell, and its long limbs and tail are banded with plates of armor. The top surfaces of the tail and arms are protected by green armor, and each arm has 2 small spines. It has 3 brown clawed digits on its hands and feet. Its arms can be brought together to create a spike-covered shield-like formation. Chestnut is renowned for its tank-like body. It is capable of flipping a 50-ton truck. Once it gets into its defensive stance with its hands covering its face, it can resist a bomb's explosion. Why is that highlighted? Oh, it's bulletproof, okay. It will not hesitate to use its sturdy body to shield its allies from danger. While Chestnut is normally gentle and prefers avoiding conflict, it will not hesitate to give opponents a thrashing with its thorn fists when driven to. And prior to Generation 7, Chestnut and its pre-evolved forms were the only known Pokemon that can have Bulletproof as an ability. Moving on to Mega Chestnut. As Mega Chestnut, it more greatly resembles an armored warrior, and its torso is now completely covered in white fur. Its claws are now colored gold, matching a 3-pronged, crown-like adornment on its head with 3 black indentations. The armor plate covering its head has extended slightly downward to better resemble a helmet. The green and red bands on its shell have changed to a dark maroon color, matching a cape-like extension of fur underneath. The front connecting piece of its shell armor is now shaped like a spade and more beveled. Oh, not beveled. Beveled. Beveled? Beveled. What is that word? Along with its front spines and arm spines, the latter of which have fully extended into sharp spikes, it is now a dark green color. Its shell also stores 2 shield-like extensions on the sides. Each extension has 2 spikes opposite each other on the rim, along with multiple green circular portions that can also extend into spikes, as well as a smaller spike on the top center of the extension. Mega Chestnut can use its shell extensions like a battle axe. Why does this sound like Snowbell City? Like, it's not a Snowbell City remix, it's a Route 15 mix. But it sounds like Snowbell City to me. Mega Chestnut's outer shell and body experience a significant increase in defensive capabilities due to Mega Evolution. The fur on its body has grown to the extent that it functions as an impact-absorbing cloak. With newfound confidence in its ability to withstand any attacks, Mega Chestnut exhibits a steadfast spirit and a level-headed personality. Its shield-like shoulder armor can transform into destructive weapons. When it removes a piece of its incredibly tough shoulder armor, spikes extend from the shield to form an axe-like weapon with a long handle. The axe head is so heavy that even Mega Chestnut's brute strength can't easily wield it with one hand. However, gripping it with both weapons allows Mega Chestnut to use this weapon with precision to overpower its foes. Oh, so it's like D&D, where it's like your damage die varies depending on whether you're handling a sword one-handed or two-handed. Anyway, as for the stats... Alright, so obviously we gotta showcase regular Chestnut first. Alright, so regular Chestnut stats. Its highest is its physical defense at 122, with physical attack at 107, HP at 88, special defense at 75, special attack at 74, and speed at 64. However, for Mega Chestnut, physical defense gets a huge boost to 172, along with its physical attack at 137. Special defense actually gets a bit of a boost as well, up to 115. However, its speed unfortunately decreases by 20 points to 44. Makes sense. I mean, you got all that armor on, you're gonna be slow as heck. Anyway, so obviously, regular Chestnut also does not do it for me. Again, like, I think, I'm pretty sure I wonder if there was a popularity poll for each of the, for all the starters. And, like, I'm curious to see, like, how Chespin ranked. And, and then, of course, to see, like, how Chestnut ranked. Because, again, I don't think anybody, like, I remember the times in which, like, I used to watch, casual, competitive play on Pokemon. No one chose Chestnut. And I imagine that even now, no one cares about it. However, I will say, I think Mega Chestnut's not that bad. Actually, like, getting a better look at it, because I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw the Mega Evos for the Kalos starters, I was like, I don't think I really saw them after they were revealed. But actually looking at Mega Chestnut, I actually really like this design better. Like, I actually really like this design better than regular Chestnut. I don't know, maybe it's just because of the fact that, like, we have this cape, right? I mean, I know it's supposed to be fur, but it's supposed to look like a cape. And, like, where's this truck? Ah. But, yeah, this actually, it's actually, man, it's actually really funny, the fact that, like, because I'm thinking back, honestly, to the latest episode of Crit Role Campaign 4. I'm not going to go into detail about that because it's spoilers, but, there's a certain character that I'm getting reminded of just from this. And I'm like, and considering how much I really like him, it's like, yeah, nah, that's fair. But yeah, I will say, I have actually used Chestnut in ZA, and it's not that good, unfortunately, at least from how I use it. Like, I don't know, like, I cannot really find myself, like, being like, oh, I need this Chestnut. I don't. I mean, I will say at the very least, the whole grass fighting type is pretty unique. I mean, I think the only thing that, unfortunately, it does, it gives you a 4 times weakness to flying as opposed to 2. But, yeah. I guess, like, the question is, where would I put Chestnut? It's definitely B tier. I just don't know whether or not, like, if, like, I should put it in the lower B tier, if it's gonna squeak by on the upper B tier because of the Mega. Oh, excuse me. Can I get a close-up on that? I'm feeling lower B, unfortunately. Like, I do think that I will say, I do think the Mega Evolution is cool, right? At least by this design. But unfortunately, I don't think it saves it from, like, being a lower B. I mean, hey, again, I'm being nice. It could be a C. I mean, but I guess, like, the thing is, like, I would probably rank Chestnut above Chespin and Quilladin. If I could. Alright. Next up, we have our Fire-type starters, which, this was what I personally chose for my playthrough of X. And that is... Fennekin! Look at the little fox. Alright, so Fennekin/Focal is known as the Fox Pokemon. It is a pure fire type that evolves into Braixen at level 16, which then evolves into Delphox at level 36. It can have Blaze as a regular ability with Magician as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Fennekin is a small quadrupedal fox-like Pokemon. It is covered in pale yellow fur that is longer on its haunches. It has a white muzzle with longer fur on its cheeks, large dark orange eyes, and a pointed black nose. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen in its upper jaw. Tufts of dark orange fur cover the interior of its large ears. Fennekin also has small paws with no visible toes and slim legs. Its tail is fluffy with a dark orange tip. Hot air is vented from Fennekin's ears, reaching temperatures of over 390 degrees Fahrenheit or 200 degrees Celsius. It uses this ability to intimidate opponents. Fennekin chews on twigs which fill it with energy. It can be temperamental, but it tries to do its best for its trainer. And in Pokemon Legends ZA, it is shown that Fennekin loves chewing on revitalizing twigs, which can rejuvenate even a sickly Fennekin beyond the capabilities of a Pokemon Center. And as for the stats... Ooh, that's interesting. Its highest stat is its special attack at 62, with both special defense and speed at 60. Physical attack is 45, with HP and defense both tied at 40. So as I said, I chose Fennekin as my starter for X both times I played it, because obviously I didn't choose Chespin because I thought I didn't like the design of it, and I thought Froakie was cool, but it's also like, I'm a contrarian. You know what I mean, though? Like, y'all know that I don't tend to go for like the most popular starters because, you know, I feel like that doesn't, like, I feel like that it's just too much, right? But Fennekin's cool. I mean, I definitely can see it being based off of a Fennec fox, which I think are the foxes that most people tend to want to keep as pets, which, I mean, listen, you let that thing out. But, yeah, I think it's cute. I think it's fine. I think it's cute. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. But, I will say there's nothing really special about it. But I will say, I think I would put it in the high B tier. I will say I will put it in the high B tier because, you know, why not, right? But I mean, hey, it's a high B. It's a high B. High B, high B, high B, high B. Alright. Next up, I also know that Fennekin was also, like, I mean, I think people definitely liked Fennekin more than Chespin, but obviously everybody loved Froakie. Anyway, I will say this is, the next step is one of the best starter designs I've seen, and that is, Braxton. How do they pronounce this? Actually, you know what? I pulled this out last time, and I'm gonna pull it out again. I'm gonna get my handy-dandy, Ultimate Pokemon Handbook to see, like, how do we pronounce this? Thankfully, I don't have to go that far, because it's in the bees. Oh, that's a worm. Sorry, there's a worm crawling behind me, and I'm like, I can't deal with it right now. So, let's see. Let's see. Let's see. There it is. Braxton. Braxton? Braxton. Well... Braxton, huh? Not Braxton, no, it's Braxton. Anyway, Braxton slash Teruna is still known as the Fox Pokemon, retaining its pure fire typing along with its abilities. And the biology states, Braxton is a bipedal fox-like Pokemon. While the majority of its fur is yellow, it has thick black fur on its legs, white arms and face, and a dark orange tail tip. The fur on its cheeks is longer, and a small mane of white fur covers its shoulders and chest. Long, wavy tufts of dark orange fur grow out of its large ears, and its eyes and small nose match this fur in color. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen in its upper jaw. Above its developed legs... Don't know how I like that. Well, I can't skip this. Fuck. Excuse me. Above its developed legs, the fur around its hips sweeps out to either side, resembling a skirt or shorts. Each paw has 3 small digits. Brakeson always keeps a stick in its tail, which it sets alight using friction from its bushy tail fur. The stick also helps calm down Brakeson. The flame from the lit twig is used for both attack and communication. It draws circles in the air with the flame to indicate danger. And as for the stats, its special attack is still its highest at 90, with speed at 73, special defense at 70, both HP and physical attack at 59, and physical defense at 58. So, a special attacker, but also has some pretty nice stats all around. So I will say this, I honestly really like Brakeson's design. Like, I don't know, like, I just find it really, like, ooh, you know? I mean, considering that it's supposed to be resembling, like, a mage, right? Like, this kind of reminds me of a young adolescent witch, if that makes sense. Like, actually, you know what's funny? I'm thinking about, Little Witch Academia. Academia? Yeah, I was like, how do you pronounce that word again? I think about, Little Witch Academia and all that, you know, like, with all the witches and, you know, the really popular lesbian ship. But, I don't know, like, this is what that Pokemon reminds me of. This is a Pokemon you would probably see in that anime pretty well. But I'm honest, I don't know, like, I really like the design. You know, like, I like how, you know, the fur here, like, around the hips, like, sweeps out to form, like, I mean, as I said, like, a skirt. I don't know where they're getting the shorts, though. Like, I've never seen shorts that, like, flare out like that. But, I will, and the fur around, like, the chest and the shoulders here, it's almost like, I mean, it's kind of like a, not collar, what are they, like, what are they, like, what is it, like, I don't know how to describe it, I don't know what the term, I don't know what it's called, but, like, it reminds me of those, like, it reminds me of, like, of shirts that would usually have, like, the collars that you would slip little ribbons under. Like, does that make sense? But, and I also really like the fact that we can actually see the stick, in, the tail, because it almost, because, again, like, this reminds me of a young witch, you know, just starting out on their journey, right, to become a mage, right? But yeah, I really do honestly like this design and all of that. And, yeah, and I think it's a pretty cool Pokemon. Honestly, I'm gonna put it in the A tier. Yeah, like, I think it's a pretty neat. Alright. Next up is the last of the Fennekin line, and it's our second Mega as well, and that is Delphox. Man, thank God I'm getting actually good resed images for the Megas here. Good evening, Chibi Naoya. I'm sorry I didn't see your message earlier. I'm shifting between tabs and I don't have a chat window open. But, how are you? I hope you've been having a good couple weeks. Anyway, Delphox slash Maholda. Okay. Mahokshi. That's interesting. Is continuing to be known as the Fox Pokemon, retaining its fire typing, however, gaining the psychic typing upon evolution. Does keep its abilities as regular Delphox, however, when it Mega Evos, it gains Levitate. Kind of a lame ability, but okay. Anyway, alright, so regular Delphox. Okay, good, I'm on there. Alright, so regular Delphox's biology states: Delphox is a bipedal fox-like Pokemon. It is covered in a coat of long fur that resembles a robe. This robe is primarily dark red with red-orange flame-like markings near its knees. There is also a thin tuft of white fur on its torso, which is flanked by yellow fur draping down from its shoulders. Its forearms feature long red fur resembling sleeves, and its hands and feet are dark gray with 3 clawed fingers and toes, respectively. A tail covered in yellow fur protrudes from its robe. Its head is yellow with longer white fur on its cheeks. It has red eyes and a slender snout with a pinkish nose. 3 tufts of red-orange fur protrude out of each ear. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen on its upper jaw. Delphox carries a stick that it uses like a magic wand. When in use, the tip is set alight, and when not in use, the stick is hidden away in its sleeve-like fur. Delphox gazes into the flame at the tip of its wand to achieve a focused state of mind that allows it to see into the future. It can use its psychic power to ensnare its enemies in a fiery vortex capable of reaching 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit or 3,000 degrees Celsius. Delphox uses the stick to leave burn marks on the ground. In ancient times, people used the shapes of Delphox as burn marks for divination. And as for the Mega Evo, little Witch Academia looking ass. Sorry. Alright. Oh, this is a track I've featured in stream before. As Mega Delphox, it more closely resembles a stereotypical witch on a broomstick. The ends of the flame-like fur in its ears have become darker, in addition to 2 long strips of black fur extending from the back of its head. The red fur of its robe and sleeves also take on a black gradient. The white fur on its chest and underside of its face have lengthened, resembling a long beard, while the yellow fur flanking its chest has receded. It sports a patch of flame-shaped red-orange fur on its forehead. Mega Delphox rides a large broomstick with a mass of flames serving as the broom's head. It is flanked by 2 smaller flame-ended broomsticks that resemble a regular Delphox's fiery wand. Mega Evolution has enhanced Mega Delphox's psychic abilities. Its fighting style consists of disorienting onlookers with its magic, all the while remaining calm and collected, enabling it to deliver precise blows to dazzled opponents. The 2 lip branches that float beside it move by their own as if they were alive, but can be skillfully controlled by Mega Delphox, allowing it to coordinate moves with them and even combine their flames to the ones it spits from its mouth into a massive all-consuming fireball. Fireball, fireball! Oh, we're all dead! Anyway, as for the stats. Alright, so regular Delphox, its highest stat is its special attack at 114, with speed actually at 104, special defense at 100, HP at 75, physical defense at 72, and physical attack at 69. Heh, nice. Anyway, as for the Mega Evo, obviously its special attack gets boosted up to 159, with speed up to 134 and special defense at 125. And that's it! Like, the HP, attack, and defense just don't get anything. I guess fuck that. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, again, it's part psychic, and psychic Pokemon are known for being, like, great, or probably, like, known for being the best special attackers, so... anyway... But, yeah, I will say that I do agree with people when they say that, like, Delphox is a bit of a downgrade from Braixen. Because, I mean, again, I understand what they're going for. Like, it's meant to be like, oh, this is a fire mage, right? You know, and we go from a witch to an archmage. But even then, like, I don't know if I really like this design. I will say, though, I love that they kept the witch imagery with Mega Delphox because, man... this looks cool as hell. You know, and actually, you know, looking at it, it's like, you can even see, like, I mean, obviously, you know, again, obviously, riding a broomstick, that's very witch-like. But when you think about, you know, your stereotypical witches, you know, with the black robes and everything, like, the fact that, like, the sleeves here and I guess we could call it the skirt, is also very reminiscent of, like, a witch's cloak. Oh, this is one of the new tracks! I love this track, by the way. This is an acoustic remix of Route 15 by Snivies. I found out about this 2 days ago, and I really love this track. Like, admittedly, it gives me strong Shoujo Rei vibes for some reason. But anyway, I'm rambling. As I was saying, but yeah, I really like Mega Delphox's design. Like, it's so But yeah, I mean, I will say, though, that I think, like, Delphox's regular design isn't bad either. And I remember, that, my Delphox, God, I love Delphox. I will say this. I always used it whenever I needed to, like, whenever I needed to burn something or use Psychic. Like, honestly, I think Delphox is a pretty, I don't know if I would say good counter, but I guess, like, if you're up against, like, you know, one of the many grass poison types, hey, you got your perfect counter to that. Just send this out against a Venusaur. It can't really do much of anything. But, yeah. I think it's pretty neat. If only I could experience the megas. Ugh. I will say I hate the fact that they locked the Kalos starters megas behind a paywall for DLC. I'm like, why the actually no, it was a pre-order bonus, wasn't it? Like you had to pre-order ZA in order to get the Kalos starters, which I find to be bullshit. It's like, bruh. Like, listen, I know that X and Y is considered probably one of the weakest Pokemon entries in the main series, but for God's sake, come on. Anyway, I think Delphox will probably go in A. Oh, Delpox! Delpox! Anyway. Okay. We're almost done with the starters. Alright, so we have our last starter, and it is always our water type, and this is the one that everybody fucking loves, holy shit, and that is Froakie. Alright, so Froakie slash Keromatsu is known as the Bubble Frog Pokemon. It is a pure water type that evolves into Frogadier at level 16, and which then evolves into Greninja at level 36. It has Torrent as a regular ability, with Protean as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Froakie is a quadrupedal frog-like Pokemon. It has light blue skin, white hands, and a dark blue stripe from the center of its oval head to its nose. It has 3 fingers and 2 toes on its hands and feet. Its eyes, which have yellow sclera, black irises, and white pupils, protrude vertically from its head due to their size. Froakie produces a large mane of bubbles from its chest and back and has 2 small bubbles on its nose. The delicate yet flexible bubbles, called frubbles? In Japanese, they're called keromusu. So basically like moose, you know. Reduce the damage Froakie takes from attacks. Despite its carefree attitude, it is vigilant of its surroundings. Froakie uses a happy-go-lucky look as an act to trick its enemies. It will suddenly drop the facade without warning and overwhelm its foes with its blinding speed. Froakie is both light and strong, making it capable of jumping incredibly high. Upon jumping high, it will throw springy bubbles at the heads of foes. And as for the stats... So speed is actually its highest at 71, with special attack at 62, physical attack at 56, special defense at 44, HP at 41, and physical defense at 40. Sorry, currently getting stuff ready. Anyway, Froakie. Here's the thing. I do understand, like, I will say this. I do understand why people like Froakie. You know, I mean, it's a cute frog. I mean, it's definitely different compared to, you know, Chespin and Fennekin. And here we have an amphibian. Granted, not our first amphibious Pokemon. We've had plenty of those at this point. But Froakie, I think, is pretty neat. Especially when, and actually, you know, looking at it, it's like, oh yeah, I can actually see, you know, the little bits of the ninja aesthetic, that it eventually grows into. But, yeah, I think it's pretty cute. I understand why people like it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really... Again, I think Fennekin is definitely my favorite out of the initial starters. You know, in terms of their baby forms and all that. But Froakies actually pretty good. I mean, hey, it's better than Chespin. I'll be nice and put it in the high B tier with Fennekin. Yeah, I mean, I get why people like it. And there's actually a picture on Bulbapedia with Froakie wearing the hood, and it's like, it's so stupid looking. Like, it looks like a cloud, honestly. But hey, it's fine. I like this remix of the boutique theme. Alright, next up. By the way, we're already almost 10 away from taking a break. Again, this is gonna be a short stream, I feel like. Alright, so next up is Frogadier. Alright, Frogadier slash Gekogashira. Gekogashira! Isn't the term Kashira? Wait, what is, not Kashira. What is the title? Like, what is the Demon Slayer? Kimetsu no Yaiba. Like, aren't the people in there called, like, Hashira or something like... Yeah, Hashira, not Kashira. Hashira. You know, again, considering the ninja aesthetics, I get it. Anyway, Frogadier is known as the Bubble Frog Pokemon, retaining its pure water typing along with its abilities. And the biology states, Frogadier is a light blue bipedal frog-like Pokemon. A dark blue marking covers its head and forms a 3-pointed mark down its upper back. Its eyes have yellow sclera, black irises, and white pupils. Its eyes protrude slightly from the top of its head, and each has a backward-facing spike above it. It has a white bubble scarf, dark blue hands and circular toes, and white circular fingers. Frogadier is a nimble and swift Pokemon. It can scale a tower exceeding 2,000 feet, or 600 meters, in 1 minute. It can also throw bubble-coated pebbles at targets up to 100 feet / 30 meters away. The reason for this is due to the tips of its fingers and toes, allowing it to stick firmly onto vertical surfaces. It can confound opponents by leaping about ceilings or into trees. Frogadier is an expert on creating battle strategies that make use of the terrain. Due to this, it will never miss its mark when throwing bubble-covered pebbles. And as for the stats... Alright, so speed is continuing to be its highest at 97, with special attack at 83, physical attack at 63, special defense at 56, HP at 54, and physical defense at 52. Okay, so Frogadier. God, I'm thinking of Brigadier, and I'm like, man, Fullmetal Alchemist has tainted my view of the military. Anyway, Frogadier. I do think it is definitely cooler than Froakie. I mean, obviously I'm biased against Braixen, but I definitely think the design for Frogadier is pretty neat too. Better than Quilladin. But, and again, it's carrying on with the again, with the ninja aesthetics here. But, again, I don't really have a lot of experience with, the Froakie line. Again, I picked Fennekin. Hell, I don't even think I used Frogadier when I was playing through ZA. Excuse me, when I was playing through ZA. But, yeah, I think it's pretty neat. It's definitely going in the B tier. I just don't know whether it's upper B or low B. I'll put it in the high B tier, but it's definitely going to be ranked below Froakie. So... I will say, reading out the Japanese names of some of these Pokemon definitely are like, oh yeah, no, I get it. I get why. I get why they're named like this. Alright, next up is the last of these starters that also got a Mega as well. However, it's also unique in that it has a unique variant. Greninja. Do I want to put down this? Because the thing is, I never had these. Hell, I barely see it in game. I'm not going to, actually. I will put the Mega, though. Alright, so Mega Greninja. I mean, when you fucking look at it, it's, like, by the way, I was talking about Ash Greninja. I honestly don't think I'm gonna cover it because I feel like that's just pure anime fan service stuff. And by that, and the thing is that it's like, again, that was when I stopped watching the anime. Alright, so Greninja. Slash Gekkoga. Wait a minute. Gekkoga. Ugh. Sorry for my rough pronunciation there. I mean, to be fair, they sound so similar. Is known as the Ninja Pokemon, retaining its water typing, however, gaining the dark typing upon evolution. Abilities pretty much remain the same. However, when it Mega Evolves, it gets Protean instead. And as for the biology... Alright, so, Greninja is a bipedal frog-like Pokemon. It is mostly dark blue with a yellow chest and abdomen, a white triangular marking over each eye, a light blue 4-pointed star on each thigh, and yellow on the lower half of its face. It has red eyes with white pupils, and its mouth is hidden behind a large pink tongue that wraps around its neck and extends outward behind its head. Running down the middle of its head is a fin-like extension, and there is a smaller fin on each side of its head. Light blue webbing connects its head fins. There is a large white bubble-like bump on each elbow and knee. Its back feet have 2 toes, while its front feet have 3 toes. Each digit has a bulbous tip and yellow webbing. Greninja can compress water into various weapons to slice up enemies, most commonly in the form of throwing stars that can split through metal. It has additionally been shown creating water katana and water kunai in both the anime and Super Smash Bros. Actually, because it is an assist trophy. An elusive Pokemon, Greninja's movements are swift, rapid, and graceful, akin to those of a ninja. No shit. It uses the speed to confound and toy with enemies while slicing them up with the sharpest water shurikens. It can also create shurikens from the mucus it excretes from its thighs for sharp projectiles that can cut steel cables. As seen in the anime, Greninja's tongue is extremely long and many times its own height, and is strong enough to catch and hold a human. However, it usually keeps its tongue wrapped around its neck like a scarf. Doing so exposes its tongue to air movements, allowing Greninja to detect enemies it otherwise could not see. In Generation 6, Map Block was its signature move, while in Generation 9, Water Shuriken is its signature move. Wait, so it wasn't considered a signature move back in Gen 6? Am I crazy? I thought Water Shuriken was available back in Gen 6. Am I crazy? Yeah, it was introduced in Gen 6! That's weird. Okay. Anyway, for the Mega... Alright, as Mega Greninja, its body is now mostly black except for its lower legs, upper arms, and hands, which retain the same color, making it appear as though it is wearing a ninja outfit. The fins on either side of its head have extended outward and turned light blue, resembling shuriken with one edge much longer than the others. The 4-pointed star marks it had on its thighs have been replaced by actual water shurikens. Mega Greninja clings upside down to a giant 6-pointed water shuriken that floats by spinning at high speeds, created from mucus secreted from a gelatinous membrane. Mega Evolution has significantly enhanced its reflexes. As a result, it has foregone stealth, showcasing its confidence in its capabilities and determination to win no matter what. By intentionally revealing itself, it provokes opponents into attacking, and its sharp reflexes enable it to both react accordingly and strike first. The mere sight of Mega Greninja clinging to its giant water shuriken is able to distract opponents, allowing it to preemptively render them unable to attack by binding them with its long tongue. Once its opponents are immobilized, it charges at them to strike with its massive shuriken. The smaller shurikens on its thighs serve for both ranged and melee combat. In the latter case, one of their halves is used to slash at the opponents as if it was a dagger. Ugh. And as for the stats... Alright, so speed is obviously its highest at 122, with special attack at 103, physical attack at 95, HP at 72, special defense at 71, and physical defense at 67. As for megas, as for a mega of Evo, speed gets a little bit of a boost up to 142, with special attack at 133, physical attack actually gets boosted up to 125, special defense is actually up to 81, and physical defense is at 77. But HP remains the same. So honestly, so basically, outside of its HP stats, Mega Evo actually really benefited Greninja. Which is interesting. Alright, so Greninja is definitely the most popular Kalos starter by probably a wide margin. And I understand why. I mean, ninjas are cool! Ninjas are fucking cool! I say this as somebody who grew up watching Naruto on Toonami. But I think it is also the fact that it is a really speedy water type. You know, Water Dark is also a pretty good typing. It also has water shurikens. It can create fucking ninja weapons out of water. Again, I understand why Greninja is so popular. I mean, again, so much so to the point that it managed to get a unique form in terms of Ash Greninja that I think starred in the anime, actually, because people thought it was so cool and all that. And I will say this, as someone who definitely has used Greninja in ZA, it is definitely neat. I will say I don't like how bad the defenses are, but I think that's just more so my Greninja as opposed to average Greninja. Again, I could have just a really bad nature, who knows. I mean, because that seems to be the deal with me, is that, I will get these really good Pokemon, but unfortunately, their natures are just absolutely garbage. I will say that when I first looked at Mega Greninja, I was like, what the fuck changed about it? It basically just looks like a blue version of Ash Greninja. Oh, what is this song? Oh, this is Mewmore's rendition of Route 15. This was a popular track, huh? But yeah, I mean, okay, Mega Greninja is not, it's a little bit ridiculous, but I don't think it's as bad as, you know, I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. I do think, though, that, the water shuriken is a little bit much. Especially the fact that, you mean to tell me that this motherfucker can spin this, however many miles per hour? And he can just float there? How does that work? It is a little bit ridiculous. But I do think that, you know, disregarding this, I think it's a pretty cool design, all things considered. I mean, I think if anything, though, it just doesn't look that different compared to regular Greninja. You know, I mean, at least, with Chestnut and Delphox, they actually look pretty different. You know, while still retaining, the same core design principles. But, I don't know, it's just, Mega Greninja just looks a little too same. to regular form. But, I'll actually put it in A tier. Just because I do think it is a neat Pokemon. God, it's so funny that, like, listening to Route 15, because I actually looked up what route that is, and it's the route that connects, Levere Town to Dendamil Town, and I'm like, huh. It's basically the route with all the fall leaves, and I'm like, huh, interesting. Alright. This is actually pretty even, all things considered. like, I mean, obviously the Chespin line is all in the lower B tier, but then it's like, but it almost feels like we're just, like, weaving in and out of the A and high B tier here. But yeah, pretty even, all things considered. Alright. Finally done with the starters. We now have the Commons. The Commons? The Common Mons. And first up is Bunnelby. The Bunnelby. Alright, so Bunnelby / Poruby is known as the digging Pokemon. It is a pure normal type that can evolve into Diggersby at level 20. It can have either Pickup or Cheek Pouch as regular abilities, with Huge Power as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Bunnelby is a small gray rabbit-like Pokemon. The tips of its large ears are dark brown and have 3 finger-like sections each. It has black eyes, a small pink nose, prominent round cheeks, 2 tiny whiskers on each cheek, and large upper incisors. Its neck is surrounded by a ruff of stiff brown fur. There are small brown spots on its hind legs and it has brown toes. It also has a fluffy gray tail. Bunnelby's hand-like ears are strong enough to shovel dirt and chop tree roots. It can dig a nest up to 33 feet in just one night. Bunnelby are known to dig throughout the whole night without even stopping to rest. Bunnelby is very sensitive when it comes to danger. Corviknight is a natural predator of Bunnelby. Should it hear Corviknight's flapping, it will quickly dig a hole to hide underground. Dig a hole. Dig a hole. Diggy diggy hole. Anyway, as for the stats, they're not great. Speed is as high as a 57, with HP and physical defense at 38, physical attack and special defense at 36, and special attack at 32. So, I will say, I normally like bunny Pokemon. Like, I think they're cute. I think they're... Like, a lot of the times, Pokemon doesn't really miss a lot with the bunny Pokemon. Now, I'm not saying they're missing with this. However, it's definitely not what I would pick for a bunny. You know, I mean, I think the most obvious one would be Baneri, but I digress. I mean, I will say, I think if anything, like, Bunnelby reminds me of the more... Not the common bunnies. It kind of is more like Bugs Bunny. It's Bugs Bunny. It's basically like if Bugs Bunny mated. It's like if Bugs Bunny had shacked up with the Nestle bunny. I think that's a bunny, and they just come out with a Bunnelby. Like these are the like the feet and the ruff and the ears would basically be from the Nestle Quick Bunny, whereas everything else is Bugs Bunny. I can't believe I'm talking about this, but I think it's cute. It's definitely a little bit more of the like, you know, oh, this is what you would get if it's a cute ugly. It's an ugly cute Pokemon. But I will say, those stats are not doing it any favors. Like, it's just, You know what's funny? I never even caught a Bunnelby until Legend ZA. I played through X twice, and I ignored Bunnelby. Like, I think the only reason I caught one in ZA was because I was desperate. I was just desperate for a Pokemon. Excuse me. Where would it go on the B tier here? I'll let it squeak by on the high B tier. I'll let it squeak by on the high B tier. You're lucky. You're fucking lucky. Because I normally don't use you. And you're also just a pure normal type, which I really don't like. But hey, I'll be nice. I won't be nice about this next one, though. And that is Diggersby. Alright, so Diggersby slash Horudo is known as the digging Pokemon, retaining its normal typing but gaining ground upon evolution. Abilities still remain the same though, and the biology states, Diggersby is a bipedal Pokemon that resembles a large, portly gray rabbit. Its most notable feature is its 2 ears, which resemble muscular forearms complete with 3-fingered paws. The ears are mostly gray with pink interiors, whereas the paws at the tips are brown. There are 3 brown spots above each ear paw. A pointed protrusion in the middle resembles an elbow. These ears are as powerful as an excavator, being strong enough to lift objects weighing over a ton and reduce dense bedrock to rubble, and prove to be an invaluable asset in Diggersby's digging. Diggersby's remaining limbs are small in comparison to the ears. The fur of the upper paws is white, while the feet are brown. Each paw has 3 digits. A sash or belt-like band composed of thicker, woolly fur surrounds its waist. It's a waist trainer! Get it right! It tends to tuck its paws into this fur. This fur is known to retain heat exceptionally well and was used by people for heavy winter clothing. This sash is divided into sections, brown on its sides and yellow on the front and back. Its short tail is also yellow and protrudes from the back section of the sash. Diggersby's face has a large brown muzzle with prominent cheeks. The coloration around its muzzle extends down onto its neck and resembles beard stubble. It has 2 large upper incisors, 3 whiskers on each cheek, a tiny pink nose, and eyes that appear to perpetually squint. Diggersby's digging skills make it a huge help at construction sites, especially with tunnel work. When it is finished digging, it lounges lazily. And as for the stats, HP is its highest at 85, with physical defense at 70. Oh, physical defense and special defense, excuse me! Speed is its second highest at 78, with physical defense and special defense both at 77, physical attack at 56, and special attack at 50. I don't like Diggersby at all. I definitely think it's one of the ugliest Pokemon I've ever seen in my life, and that's saying something compared to Heatmore, Excelgor. You know, like that's saying something. Like, I really don't like this design, like, at all. It's way too, like, it's not humanoid, but you can just imagine the human in this Pokemon, which I don't like. It's, not to mention, as I said, I used Diggersby. I will say that, not great. Like, you would think that it would be good for, like, the fucking, like, I think I considered using Diggersby for Canary back in ZA, because I needed a ground type, right? And I just did not bring Burrow, which is what I named my Bunnelby, with me, because I was like, because even then, even at a high level, like, she just disappointed me, because it's like, you're supposed to have a good, you know, you're supposed, like, it had good ground type moves, but not the power to back them up. And it's like, shit. But yeah, I also just don't think it's good. Like, ugh, God, I don't like looking at this thing. Thing is, though, do I put it into low B tier, or is it time for the C tier to get its first occupant? I will say, we still haven't gotten our S tier. The hell was that? Honestly, I think it's C tier. Or first C tier. Diggersby. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about me yawning. I woke up early again today to make sure I got my daily VOD watches in before this stream. Anyway. Alright. First C tier. I say that as if it's a good thing. Alright, another common mon, but hey, this line is a lot better. This line is a lot better. And that is Fletchling. Alright. Fletchling slash Yayakoma is known as the Tiny Robin Pokemon. It is our first dual typing, actually, with normal flying, which evolves into Fletchinder at level 17, which then evolves into Talonflame at level 35. It has Big Pecs as a regular ability, with Gale Wings as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Fletchling is a small avian Pokemon similar in appearance to a robin. It has a reddish-orange head with a triangular yellow mark on the back of each eye. Its body and wings are gray, and there are white tips on the wings. It has a long black tail with a white V-shaped marking near the tip. The tail ends in 2 points and has 2 feathers sticking out at the base, resembling the Fletchling on the end of an arrow. Its legs, small beak, and eyes are black. The legs are thin and spindly, with 2 toes facing forward and 1 facing backward on each foot. Fletchling is said to be very friendly and is well known for its beautiful songs, which are in fact sounds of warning. Oh shit! It's like It communicates by using chirps and moving its tail feathers to signal others of its kind. In spite of its typically peaceful disposition, it is relentless in battle and very territorial, attacking perceived threats mercilessly. Its body is warm and doubles in temperature when startled or excited. This increase in temperature spikes hormone production in its body. It can burn someone if they touch it with their bare hands. Fletchling live in both rural and urban areas and once had massive territorial fights with Squawkabilly in the Paldea region. Fletchling and its evolutions are the only known Pokemon that can have Gale Wings as an ability. As for the stats, obviously, with every bird Pokemon of every region, speed is its highest at 62, with physical attack at 50, HP at 45, physical defense at 43, special attack at 40, and special defense at 38. Excuse me. What rendition of the legendary fight is this? Okay, so Fletchling. I do think it's a cool design. I think it's a pretty neat design for a regional bird, and it resembles a robin, which is neat. I will say though, I do remember Fletchling mostly for its cry in battle whenever you send it out, and I do like that cry. It's not as memorable as, you know, Crickettoons, you know, but I think Fletchling's pretty nice. I think Fletchling's pretty neat. It's pretty simple. I just don't know where I mean, it's definitely B tier. It's not C tier. Oh, excuse me. I think it'll squeak by on the high B tier. Fletchling. That's not how you spell Fletchling. Felchling. There we go. And yeah, it is actually very interesting the fact that it's called Fletchling because, you know, because of the Fletchling of an arrow, which is nice. But yeah, I never knew this was it right here. This little, I think they described it as tail feathers, right? Yeah. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry for yawning. Man, the high B tier is getting pretty crowded. Alright, next up, I actually need to be keeping an eye on the tabs here. Oh, okay. Alright. I didn't even get the picture. Whoopsie. Alright, next up is the first evolution of Fletchling, which is Fletchinder. Alright, Fletchinder slash Hinoyakoma is known as the Ember Pokemon. Keeping its flying type and replacing its normal typing with fire. It can have a Flame Body as a regular ability, with Gale Wings continuing to remain as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Fletchinder is an avian Pokemon with predominantly orange and black plumage. It has a sharp black beak, black eyes with yellow mask-like markings behind them, and a small pointed crest at the back of its head. Its upper side is reddish-orange and its belly is gray. There is a flame pattern on its breast where the two colors meet. The tips and undersides of its pointed black wings are yellow. Its legs are also black with sharp talons and 2 toes facing forward and 1 back. 2 white V-shaped markings are located near the tip of its long black tail feathers. Its tail ends in 2 points and has another feather sticking out of the base on each side, resembling the fletchling on the end of an arrow. Fletchinder has a flame sac in its belly. It hunts by igniting tall grass and swooping down on bug Pokemon that attempt to escape the blaze. Once captured, the prey is cooked before being consumed. As its internal fire gradually heats up, it can fly at increasingly faster speeds. It is aggressive and territorial even against its own kind. It often fights with its own kind for the right to the feeding grounds. Its territory range has a radius of over 1 mile or around 2 to 3 kilometers. And Fletchinder and its evolutionary relatives are the only known Pokemon that can have Gale Wings as an ability. And as for the stats, speed is continuing to be its highest at 84, with physical attack at 73, HP at 62, special attack at 56, physical defense at 55, and special defense at 52. So I will say this, Fletchinder is definitely better than Fletchling. I mean, I will say I do think the design here is definitely more memorable than Fletchling, excuse me. And yeah, and I will say this, that Flame Body ability is so fucking good. Now, I don't remember it coming much into effect when I had a Fletchinder, but as a Talonflame, oh dear, we'll get there. But yeah, I like Fletchinder. I think it's neat. I think it's cool. And and again, I really love the speed it gives me along with the attack stats. I swear, where does it get Flame Charge or is it until Talonflame? Oh, it does. Okay, it gets Flame Charge. Yeah. That makes sense. But yeah, I will say too, I also really like that they were able to incorporate still the robin aspects of the bird, while also, like, putting a little bit of the fire markings in there, I will put you in the high B tier. I also really like the name Fletchinder too, Fletchling and Cinder. I almost said Tinder, and I'm like, I mean, technically, that is a real thing. But I only know it as the dating website. Is Tinder actually a real word? Don't answer that. Anyway, last up, not yet. We do have one of my favorite Pokemon from Kalos up next, and that is Talonflame. Alright, I need to refresh my tabs after this. Alright, so Talonflame / Fiarol is known as the Scorching Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of fire and flying along with its abilities. And the biology states, Talonflame is an avian Pokemon that closely resembles a falcon. Red-orange plumage covers its head, wings, and most of its chest and back before tapering off into a flame pattern. Its underside and hindquarters are gray, and the tips of its long pointed wings are black. Orange spots speckle its underside. Large yellow talons extend from the shaggy feathers on its legs. Talonflame has a pointed crest atop its head and black and yellow mask-like markings around its eyes. Its black beak is hooked with a yellow sear. I still don't know what that word is. It also has long black tail feathers marked with 3 yellow V-shapes. The tail ends in 2 points and has another feather sticking out of the base on each side, resembling of the fletchling on the end of an arrow. Talonflame feeds on other bird Pokemon such as Wingull and Pikipek. It hunts by diving and attacking its prey with kicks before grasping them with its talons, ensuring they have no time to escape from it. When it dives, it can reach speeds of 310 miles per hour or 500 kilometers per hour. It is powerful enough to be able to fly while carrying prey weighing more than 220 pounds / 100 kilograms. It showers embers from the gaps in its feathers as it soars through the sky in order to intimidate its foes. Its wings are fireproof and have been used to make firefighter outfits in the past. And Talonflame and its pre-evolutions are the only known Pokemon that can have Gale Wings as an ability. And as for the stats, speed, unsurprisingly, is its highest at 126, with physical attack at 81, HP at 78, special attack at 74, physical defense is 71, and special defense at 69. Nice. So as I said, I genuinely really like Talonflame. I think it is such a cool Pokemon, and I found so much usage out of my Talonflame when I played through X. And honestly, like, a little bit in ZA, too. Like, that flame body is so fucking good. Like, it feels like I constantly got, like, my opponents burned whenever I sent my Talonflame out. And I also really love its cry, too. It's like, I mean, because it definitely sounds like a falcon. And it's very interesting how we went from a robin to a falcon. I almost said a falchion, and I'm like, that's not right. That is not right. Oh, excuse me. But, yeah. I mean, now granted, I do think that, like, unfortunately, like, the underside here is a little bit like, oh, it's a little bit fat, but I think it makes sense. But regardless, I do genuinely love Talonflame. I do understand why many, and I remember seeing Talonflame used a lot in casual competitive play back in the day. Mainly for the Gale Wings ability. I forget what that does though, it's been a hot minute. But yeah, I honestly think Talonflame deserves to be an S tier. Like, it's done me so much good every time I used it. But yeah. That was an email. Alright. But yeah, Talonflame is going to be our first S tier. I think he deserves that much. And I say he because many of my Talonflames have been he's. But yeah, I think it's pretty neat. I also know, I think if I remember right, Gale Wings I think helped like with the Brave Bird attack. I don't know. Anyway, we are going to take a quick 1 second because I need to refresh my tabs. I will say we're almost already done with we're more than halfway over with the ranking before the intermission. Again, because of how small this dex is, we're only going to be reviewing like 17 Pokemon. Actually, technically 18. Because again, with how small this dex is, I'm trying to pace myself. But yeah, so we only really have like 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we only have 5 Pokemon left. Excuse me. Alright. Alright. So our next Pokemon is, of course, the first bug Pokemon that we have, which makes sense. I think it's our only bug Pokemon, right? And it's Scatterbug. Scatterbug. Alright, so Scatterbug / Kofukimushi, there we go, is known as the Scatterdust Pokemon. It is a pure bug type that evolves into Spewpa at level 9, which then evolves into Vivillon at level 12. It can have either Shield Dust or Compound Eyes as regular abilities, with Friend Guard as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Scatterbug is a black larval Pokemon with a relatively large head. Big head ass. Its head is bisected by a line that runs from the forehead to the mouth. It has large beige eyes with square black pupils, a single pointed tooth that pokes out of its mouth, and 3 white hairs on top of its head. Scatterbug has a 3-segmented body with a pair of nubby beige legs on each segment. A white ruff of fur encircles its neck, and there is a large beige spot on its rear. Scatterbug eats various types of plants, including poisonous leaves and roots. The poison it ingests is processed and turned into a black powder that it scatters all over its body. This powder causes paralysis on contact and allows Scatterbug to deter bird Pokemon from attacking. The powder also regulates Scatterbug's temperature, allowing it to adapt to any climate. And Graphii, I think that's how you pronounce it, is a natural predator of Scatterbug. And as for the stats, they're shit. Physical defense is its highest at 40, with HP at 38, physical attack and speed at 35, special attack at 27, and special defense at 25. I honestly don't have anything to say about this. I mean, it definitely resembles a bug. And they're also very annoying critters to deal with in the Santaloon Forest, but hey, what creatures aren't except for Pikachu? Honestly, I don't think you're really catching a Scatterbug unless, like, you want that Vivillon, so... I'll put it in the lower B tier. Like, it's just a nothing. Oh, Sycamore. God, what a shame it is that Sycamore does not appear physically in Legend ZA. Get this job replaced by an ex-Team Flare member. Spoilers, by the way. Actually, it's been fucking months, y'all. Alright, next up is Spewpa. Alright, Spewpa slash Kofurai is continuing to be known as the Scatterdust Pokemon, retaining its pure bug typing. Shed Skin gets replaced as a regular ability, however it keeps Friend Guard as a hidden ability. And the biology states, Spewpa is a small cocoon-like Pokemon mostly hidden by sharp white fur with square particles of red, black, and pale yellow in and around the fur. Poking out of the top of its fur is its large round head. The head is light gray in the back with a darker gray face. There is a beige dot over each eye, and the face is bisected by a thin black line that ends in a beige triangle at the top of the head. Its eyes are also beige with square black pupils. In order to defend itself from predators such as Rufflet, Spewpa will bristle its fur or spray poisonous black powder. Spewpa is a nomadic Pokemon, traveling across fields and mountains while building up energy for it to evolve. However, it generally inhabits the shadows of thickets. And as for the stats, physical defense is actually its highest at 60, with HP at 45, special defense at 30, speed at 29, special attack at 27, and physical attack at 22. Well, much like its predecessor, I don't really got much to say about this thing. Like, again, I think... Again, it's another bug-type Pokemon that you're probably not really using for battle anyway, except, like, switching in and out if you don't have the experience share on. And trying to get it to evolve into Vivillon. Yeah, yeah, so there's really not much to say here. Again? What is that melody again? That melody again. Yeah, it's gonna go into high B tier, not high B, low B tier, excuse me. What is that melody? Again, I know I've heard it. I know it's... I always forget what song it's supposed to be from. Is it from the SS Anne? No, not the SS Anne. Abandoned Ship. I guess technically that is SS Anne. No, it's not. What the fuck am I saying? Anyway. Next up is number 666. Here's the devil. And it makes sense with how many forms this Pokemon has. And it is Vivillon. Alright, so Vivillon, slash Vivillon, is known as the Scale Pokemon, keeping its bug typing but gaining the flying type upon evolution with Shield Dust or Compound Eyes regular abilities that it had as a Scatterbug, with Friend Guard as a hidden ability. And so the unique thing about Vivillon is that there are a total of 20 different patterns Vivillon can have on its wings, one of which is event exclusive. And it says here in Generations 6 and 7, the pattern depended on the real-world geographic location set on the game the Pokemon was generated in. And in ScarVio, it will always have the fancy pattern Vivillon, with certain exceptions. As for the biology, Vivillon is a butterfly-like Pokemon with wings that come in a large variety of patterns. It has a round grayish head with large black pixelated eyes and a pair of skinny antennae. The tips of the antennae each have an ovoid scale that is dark gray on the upper half and beige on the lower half. Vivillon's thorax is an ovoid and divided into 3 segments. Each segment is a different shade of gray. Its legs are also ovoid and are dark gray on the lower half, beige on the upper half, and have a black band in the middle. It has 2 black circular hands and no visible arms. While Vivillon's wings come in a wide variety of colors and patterns, they always have black edges and pixelated markings. It can spread its scales to poison its opponents during battle, or, as seen in the anime episode To Catch a Pokemon Smuggler, wow, what a reference, to calm an opponent's fighting spirit. It is highly capable of finding sources of water, such as springs. And Vivillon is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Powder by leveling up. As for the stats, special attack is its highest at 90, with speed 1 point behind at 89, with HP at 80, physical attack at 52, and both physical defense and special defense at 50. So yeah, as it said, there are 20 patterns to Vivillon. And I do think that is actually really kind of cool, the fact that they did, I do wonder if they just did that because, I wonder if they did that because, with X and Y being known as, the first fully 3D games, on the new Nintendo 3DS, it's I wonder if they just wanted to make something special. And also, considering the fact that, oh, this is gonna be a lot more accessible to people, right? But, yeah, I like Vivillon, honestly. I always tend to like butterfly Pokemon, and Vivillon is no exception. But I honestly think that, the fact that it does have, all these different patterns to its wings, and they're actually not all bad. They're actually pretty nice, there's obviously a couple duds. There are a couple duds, but yeah, and I do remember using, what did I name? Oh, Shimmer, that's right. I named my Vivillon Shimmer, because, I don't know. But yeah, and I think it's also it can be a very pretty Pokemon, but cute too. And I will say this, obviously you don't want to be using Vivillon outside of the early game. Because, yeah, it's not that great. But, I do have a bit of a soft spot for Vivillon. So much so I think I'm gonna put it in the A tier. Vivillon. Not to mention, I like the way the name just rolls off the tongue. It's almost like, Papillon. Oh, that's probably the inspiration. Vivillon, Papillon, which is French for butterfly. I mean, and considering that Kalos is basically France. Alright, next up, we have our second to last Pokemon. And it's a cutie. Litleo. My PC is screaming. That was the dog. Alright, so Litleo slash Shishiko is known as the Lion Cub Pokemon. It is a dual fire normal type that evolves into Pyroar at level 35. It can have either Rivalry or Unnerve as regular abilities, with Moxie as a hidden ability, and the biology is as follows. Litleo is a quadrupedal leonine Pokemon. It is mostly dark brown with pale brown paws, ears, tail tip, and face. It has a short, rounded muzzle with a reddish-orange nose, round ears with darker interiors, and circular black eyes with white pupils. There is a reddish-orange tuft of mane between its ears. Each of its paws has 3 toes and dark brown paw pads. The tail ends in a pointed teardrop shape. Litleo is a hot-blooded Pokemon that is curious by nature and is quick to start fights. In battle, its short mane radiates heat. The stronger its opponent, the more heat it produces. Litleo lives in prides, where they are raised and taught to hunt by female Pyroar. When a wild Litleo is capable of hunting on its own, it is kicked out of the pride and begins to live alone. It lives in grassy plains and along cliff sides. Prior to Generation 7, Litleo and its evolved form Pyroar were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Noble Roar. And as for the stats... Oh, they're actually not that bad. Special attack is its highest at 73, with speed at 72, HP at 62, physical defense at 58, special defense at 54, and physical attack at 50. Yeah, so I do think Litleo is cute. It's a lion cub, for God's sake. And I do like the cry that comes out of it. It literally sounds like a meow, like a cat, right? Like, I mean, to be fair, lion cubs are always cute. I mean, y'all remember The Lion King, right? With little baby Simba and Nala. But yeah, I think Litleo is pretty cute. You know, you just want to, like, you know, pick it up and hold it and just, you know, plant smooches all over its face. I'm trying to think that, I mean, to be fair, I have used Litleo before. I think I would put it in the high B tier. Yeah, it's really cute. What can I say? It's wee cute. I will say, though, I wish it did have a little bit more of a mane right here, but it's fine. Alright. Whoops, I don't know why I say it. There. Alright, so we have our last Pokemon before we go on the break. Oh, damn. That's interesting. And it's also a Pokemon that got a Mega for ZA, and that is Pyroar. Hey, it does show the 2 forms. That's cool. God, I will say this. Oh God, the resolution isn't bad on the Mega form, but oh my God, look at I'll talk about it. All right, so as you can see here, we have 2 different forms for Pyroar. We have the male form and we have the female variant. Speaking of which, the female variant is the more common one, which is, I think if I remember correctly, is pretty accurate to real-life prides. Anyway. Alright, so Pyroar slash Kaenjishi... Kaenjishi... Okay, excuse me. Is known as the Royal Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of Fire and Normal, along with its abilities. Yeah, it doesn't even change when Mega Evo. Anyway. Alright. Biology states, Pyroar is a quadrupedal leonine Pokemon. It is mostly dark brown with light brown legs, tail tip, chest, and face. It has a rounded muzzle with a dark brown nose, round ears with dark brown interiors, bright blue eyes, and a dark brown stripe behind each ear. The fur around its thighs is longer and each paw has 3 toes. There is a tuft of longer fur on the tip of its tail. A male Pyroar has a large, predominantly red mane with gold streaks forming a pattern resembling the Daimonji symbol, and the symbol for fire. In contrast, a female has a long gold and red crest-like mane extending from its forehead. Female Pyroars significantly outnumber their male counterparts. The female's mane is as long as its whole body, and the light brown on its front legs extends all the way to its shoulders. The light brown fur on the male's front legs only extends up to its elbows. Like real-life lions, Pyroar live in prides, which are led by the male with the largest mane. The pride's females protect the Litleo cubs and teach them how to hunt. The females also work together to bring down prey, ensuring the pride never goes hungry. A male Pyroar is usually lazy, but will protect its friends at the risk of its own well-being. I fight for my friends, says Ike. In battle, the male Pyroar's mane can heat up to over 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit or 2,000 degrees Celsius, which can cause severe burns when approached. Pyroar viciously threatens any challenger with a fiery breath exceeding 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit / 600 degrees Celsius. However, it prefers its meat raw and does not use its breath on its prey. Diantha? Yep. Pyroar is a diurnal species and typically lives in grassy plains and mountainsides. And prior to Generation 7, Pyroar and its pre-evolved form Litleo were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Noble Roar. Alright, as Mega Pyroar, its mane becomes massively enlarged, flaring out in multiple directions from its head. Each tuft of its mane is red with a yellow stripe. The bottom portion of its mane retains the Daimonji symbol, while the top of its mane rests wholly above its head and forms the kanji symbol for fire. The topmost tuft of Mega Pyroar's mane extends to the back. Other visual changes include red markings on its cheeks, the fur on its thighs flaring up higher, the fur on its feet receding slightly, and the tip of its tail taking on a more flame-like shape. Unlike regular Pyroar, there is no gender difference between male and female Mega Pyroar. The energy of Mega Evolution has increased the temperature of Pyroar's fiery breath from 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or 6,000 degrees Celsius, to 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit / 10,000 degrees Celsius. In battle, it protects its allies by swinging around its enlarged mane at opponents. Mega Pyroar can manipulate its top mane hair for swinging attacks or unleashing flame moves. And as for the stats, alright, so regular Pyroar. Special attack is its highest at 109, with speed at 106, HP at 86, physical defense at 72, physical attack at 68, and special defense at 66. However, when it Mega Evolves, special attack is still its highest, but it gets a massive boost to 129 with speed at 126. Excuse me. Physical defense to 92, special defense to 86, and physical attack to 88. Honestly, HP is only stat that remains. But again, that's not bad. But yeah, like, that's not that bad, honestly. It sounds like it sounds like stat-wise, Mega Pyroar does actually better than regular Pyroar. Okay, so before I get into why, because I remember people were memeing the fuck out of this thing, and to be fair, I understand why. Speaking about the regular designs for a moment, I do like it. I do like that the gender dimorphism, the dimorphism, and it does make sense, considering real life lions. Like, again, the male lions are the ones who usually have the manes, whereas female or lionesses, obviously we know they don't have like this. They don't have like a mane like this. They're usually just like. They're basically just like I mean, I guess, I don't want to say bald, but, like, they're basically bald throughout, you know? But, it is true, too, that, in real-life lion prides, like, there's usually only 1 or 2 male lions, while the rest of the pride are lionesses. Like, they're the... And I should express, lionesses are also the ones that are doing all the fucking work. They're doing all the fucking work. You know, taking care of the young, hunting, etc. Like, it's actually kind of funny to imagine that, like, oh yeah, the Lion King also was right about that, wasn't it? Because, you know, when Scar takes over, you know, the lionesses have to be the one to hunt the food, and they're not able to bring food back because, you know, all the prey is gone. But anyway, here's the thing. I get what they were trying to do with the mane here, but maybe it's just me. But I will say this, I don't think, like, I'm looking at the way that the red and yellow of the mane is, like, blended, and it looks so choppy. Not choppy. I don't know what else. Like, I'm looking at this part specifically right here, where it's like, that's not even. Like, that is not even. Like, at all. That's not even. It doesn't blend in seamlessly at all. You know, I mean, and I'm willing to bet that this could just be, like, a thing that is unfortunate with 3D modeling as opposed to 2D art. Because I will say this, I don't think we've seen, art for all the new megas. This is more Lumios, isn't it? Like, I don't think we've seen art, like, 2D art of the new megas. I don't believe. You know, so maybe if and when we do eventually get that, like, they'll make the mane look better with the blending of the colors. So I'm willing to hold out hope for that. But as for this, it's like, ugh. Again, I get what they were going for, and I do think that, like, at the very least, they were able to convey, you know, the 2 kanji that the mane is supposed to represent. But admittedly, I think the regular designs are better than Mega Pyroar, which is crazy. But, I will say this, I've never had the chance to use a male Pyroar, mainly because I just never got lucky. So I've only ever used, a female Pyroar, which I always nicknamed Kiara, you know, because out of all the Disney movie sequels that I've watched, The Lion King 2 is definitely my favorite. And yeah, Kiara is still really fucking good in ZA. Like, I still use her. Even when I'm trying, you know, when I need to, you know, for fire types. Like, she's actually really pretty good. And it helps that she's speedy, too. I mean, again, I will say this. I don't think I will ever bring... I mean, I will say, unfortunately, that I do think the normal typing kind of, like, kills Pyroar for me a little bit. Because, again, that just makes it weak to fighting. Good for when I'm facing against them. Not good for when I'm trying to get them. Especially, like, again, there's a reason why Talonflame is better against fighting types, you know, because not only for, you know, the type advantage, but also for the flame body. You know, you manage to burn a fighting type Pokemon, which they usually rely on physical attacks, and burns do reduce the power or the damage that physical moves can do. But I think Pyroar is pretty nice. I think Pyroar is pretty good. I'll put them in the A tier. Okay. 2 hours and we're already halfway there. Alright, so quick recap. In the S tier, we have Talonflame. A tier, Braixen, Delphox, Greninja, Vivillon, and Pyroar. High B tier, Fennekin, Froakie, Frogadier, Bunnelby, Fletchling, Fletchinder, and Litleo. Low B tier, Chespin, Quilladin, Chestnut, Scatterbug, and Spupa. And in the C tier, only Diggersby. Well. And I know for some of y'all it's like, that's really early to be taking a break. It's only been 2 hours. And it's like, listen, this is how it's been for the Pokemon tier list streams, alright? We can have a little bit of fun. Alright, let me get my tabs reset. Oh, this is the Pokeball Factory. I mean, hell, it's like, hey. I mean, hey, man, y'all ever want to know, like, y'all want to know how little people care for Kalos before Legends EA? There was only 40, there's less than 50 VOD videos in the playlist currently. Alright, let me reset this. Alright, I'm currently trying to refresh stuff right now. So that's why there's no music. I apologize for that. But I will get music up in a little bit. You know what's funny? Is that, so I made the rating room for this stream last night, right? Like I always do. And y'all know that I always like to check out my, I always like to check out, like, my stats, my analytics, right? During that time. And I keep seeing that my VOD for the Date with Death DLC, it keeps getting views. Like people keep checking it out, even though it's now been over a year since I played that. And I was like, how many views is it at now? And so so for the first time in probably a long time, I checked out my content. Like, I checked out all the VODs that I had been doing. And, oh my god, it's so funny. Because I actually saw that, oh no, I am getting copyright claimed! Like, the last two, Pokemon Tierlist streams, along with all the Steins Gate VODs, have all been claimed by copyrights. Because of the music. And the thing is, I had no idea that that was happening. I had no idea that that was happening. And the reason for that is because... again, I've been on YouTube long enough that whenever I would try to upload stuff with copyrighted music, I normally got an email from YouTube saying, hey, your video got claimed by so-and-so because of this, and it's usually a copyrighted claimed track, right? And that's even happened for this channel. But for some fucking reason, I don't know when I don't know if I unclicked a setting or whatever, but for some reason, I have not been getting any emails whatsoever about the music I've been using that is copyrighted. So now I got like probably 7 VODs that I know of from the last year or the last several months that have copyrighted music. And I had no idea about that. And I've just been blathering about like, oh yay, I haven't gotten copyright claimed. Speaking of which, here's more copyright music. I mean, I guess I should be glad, right? That's like, well, I'm only getting copyright claimed. I'm not getting, like, struck, right? And even then, and even then, it's like, oh yeah, no, like the copyright claim is not affecting the video's visibility or whatnot. And thankfully, because this channel isn't monetized, I'm also, yeah, like, there's no way I'm getting hit with that either. So it's like, honestly, I think the copyright claim is only there for bragging rights. Because it's like, what money are you getting off of me? Like, getting nothing. You're just there to do it. But I'm also willing to accept that it's probably just YouTube's automated system. It's not really, like... I mean, I highly doubt that, like, the composers for the Steins Gate visual novel or like the musicians responsible for the lo-fi music are like personally knocking on my door being like, hey, you can't use our music anymore. It's probably just YouTube's automated system, which, you know, makes sense. Anyway, we're on break now, which means that you can go get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, basically do whatever it is you want, because we're going to be taking at least a half hour to maybe 40-minute break. And I will say that because it is so early that we're doing this, and I haven't really been talking all that much, I think I can actually talk during this intermission. Obviously, I'm gonna like, I'm gonna mute the mic just for a little bit, you know, so I can get up and do stuff without it being heard. But I think, but after that, yeah, I'll probably be able to yap a little bit, especially because I got a lot of things to talk about. There's so much shit that happened after Katawa Shoujo. So, yeah. But as of now, but yeah, I am gonna have my mic muted for a little bit, but yeah, so sit back, relax, and I'll be back in a little bit, so see you then. Alright. Oh wait, I forgot my own fucking thing. There we are. I need to come up with different, I need to put a different thing in there. Anyway, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I meant to come back like a few minutes earlier, but I was checking Twitter on my phone. And and it's like, because shortly before I came on here, you know, like after I started streaming, but before I turned I unmuted my mic, I was checking out Twitter because I was, you know, because I always do that, you know, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. And I saw someone getting jumped on Twitter, and I was like, damn it, I really want to see what the hell's going on, but I can't. But I'm already like late as it is. I need to, like, you know. So I was doing that. I was checking on that situation a few minutes ago, and I'm like, holy shit, there is so much. Listen, I know I've made my distaste for drama, like, known for the last few years, but man, but the thing is that's, like, but the thing is that, you know, the person that's getting jumped is because, like, you know, they're basically being a weirdo and above all else, you know, using generative AI. So it's like, okay. Anyway, enough about that. Man, it's been over 2 months, right? Since I last was able to do a yapping session on stream. Because I know the last time I did it was in the last part of Katawa Shoujo, but I just don't remember. I think that was back in March, because, yeah, that was March, because I remember I only did one stream in March, which is so weird because lately I've just been doing 2 a month. But, oh my god, I know, oh god, so much has happened! Oh my god. You know, first off, because I did want to mention this, and it's actually funny that I was talking about it before I muted the mic for the break here. I remember, because I was talking about Date with Death Beyond the Bet VOD, and it's currently sitting at 64 views. I'm like, hey, thanks for checking that out. I know it's a long one. I know it's a long one, but hey. But speaking of which, which one do I start off with first? Because the sequel to A Date with Death, Remnants, the demo has actually been released. So that's I will say this. I think I've said this before, where it's like I don't plan on playing the demo, nor do I really have any plans to check out anything regarding Remnants until it's fully released. Like, I want to go in as blind as possible when I play that game. I want to go in as blind as possible. So I have been trying my damnedest to avoid anything from the game. But yeah, I just want to make it clear I know the demo is out right now, and I think if I remember right, 2.5 Studios are doing the Kickstarter currently to fund the game. Well, I say fund the game, I think it's more so just like, I mean, wait, is it to fund the game? I know they're handing out goodies to people who pledge a certain amount, and they have like the Kickstarter goals. But I don't remember if it's like, oh, we need the money to fund the game at this point, or whatever. Speaking of which, but yeah, so that's sequel talk. Sorry, I'm giggling because like, because I feel like I keep talking about this every time I mention A Date with Death. But finally, I can finally fucking say that they finally added voice acting to the first game, along with the DLC, and I was like, yes! It released back in April on the 21st, and the way I found out about it was just by scrolling through Twitter. I was like, what? I was so happy. I was like, yes, finally, yes. I will say though, I haven't experienced it yet. Like, because the thing is, I've been so busy trying to get other things done. You know, I've been so busy trying to get other things done that it's like, I haven't been able to sit down and play A Date with Death yet again for the third time. For the third time with the voice acting. But I can't wait to experience it because, oh boy. Damn it. That game makes me feel things. And it's easily the game that I've played the most. It's just so funny that it's like, I'm playing this game yet again for the third time. Because I played the base game the first time on stream. I played it again in preparation for the DLC. And then I played the DLC once for myself. And then the second time was for stream as well. And now I'm going to be playing both of those a third time to experience the voice acting. Oh, I'm a fucking simp for Casper. I almost said Caster for some reason. I'm a fucking simp for Casper, man. It does make me hopeful that, like, okay, maybe A Date with Death 2 will be released with voice acting from the get-go. I don't know. We'll see. But man, but I mean, I will say, if that game is anything, like, affects me in any way like the first game did, I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna somehow regress back into being 16 and just becoming a fucking high school girl again. Anyway, yeah, I saw that. Oh, gosh. Good gosh. What else is there? Oh yeah, there was my trip out of town 2 weeks ago. That was fun. And I actually got a few books. I got 5 books. And they're all the classic literature I wanted to get. So, the first place I went to, because I ended up going to 2 places. I didn't mean to, but I wanted to. But, the first place I went to, I was able to get, Dracula, The Picture of Dorian Gray, and Pride and Prejudice. And those were actually pretty easy to find. And I got those for cheap, too. The second place I went to, which was a Barnes & Noble, that's where I got the other 2 books. I got Carmilla, which I was so surprised that they had. Granted, it was the only copy they had, and even then, it's not like the original copy. It's an annotated copy that was released in 2019, but it's still Carmilla, and I'm so excited to read that because, you know, I feel like I have a bit of a hyperfixation on that. But most importantly, remember how I said that I wanted to get Wuthering Heights? I got it. I finally got it. And I've been reading it for the past 2 weeks. It's taken me a little while because I will say again, I've been busy with other things. But I'm almost 100 pages away from the ending. And I will say that this is honest. Like, here's the thing. I completely understand why people who've read this book don't like it, or people, I understand why people who've read it don't like it, or even the people who've DNF'd it. I completely understand, and I'm not shaming them for it. But this I really, really, really like. I really like it. I will say that it is a little bit tough to read sometimes because, this is, this is pretty much preserving the original text in its entirety. So this is using a lot of language that is not common in today's age. But I will say I am able to get through it, enough. I'm able to at least understand the gist of what is being said. And, yeah, I really like it. I really fucking like it. Like, I think it's because, because the biggest thing about Wuthering Heights is the fact that for the most part, the cast of characters are fucking terrible. Like, they are unlikable, they are awful people. But I think that's actually why I like it. I think it's because I'm going into this book knowing that little factoid, that little tidbit of information. And because of that, it's like, okay, so I will not get frustrated or annoyed when these characters turn out to be terrible people. I mean, that's the point. And I find it honestly really interesting that Emily Bronte managed to write a book where most of the cast are unlikable, and it doesn't piss me off. Like, normally, I completely understand why people who've read this don't like it because of the characters. Like, they're unlikable. And I get it. I completely get it. And I'm not saying that's a bad, I definitely think books like Wuthering Heights, where the cast are just completely unlikable, they're definitely a hard read. They're definitely a hard sell to recommend to people, because you are asking them for a lot of patience, let's just say. But, I will say, I do find it fascinating just how awful these characters are. Because I will say that I definitely was expecting the racism elements and the classism elements. I'm definitely seeing that. But I think it is also in just man. I don't know how to put this. I will say it is very interesting because something I've learned, right, while in this little Wuthering Heights phase of mine, is that a lot of adaptations of the book, which are usually the movies and such, they only really cover the first half of the book, which is the Heathcliff and Cathy stuff, or Catherine stuff. They almost never really cover the second half. And while I do wonder why that is, I guess it's because, from what readers of the book have said, the second half of the book is actually kind of boring. Because, and I think a lot of it is because again, the first half covers, Heathcliff and Cathy's relationship. And granted, I understand why many people are interested in that, because it is a fascinating, thing to, look into and interpret. But, I will say, I'm not minding the second half of Wuthering Heights at all. I think I really like it. Because, considering the fact that Wuthering Heights is about the cycles of abuse and how trauma can, and how trauma and abuse can affect somebody, to the point that, they themselves become an abuser, they perpetuate the violence. I think the second half really does well to emphasize that. because, you know, in the first half, you know, you see a lot of what Heathcliff goes through because he is a, let's just say, a racial child, meaning, you know, like, he's not white, right? And again, and the funny thing, and the greatest thing about having a physical copy of the book is that I can literally point out to you the page and the line in which it's stated that Heathcliff is not white. Like, let me find the page real quick. So, in chapter 1 of volume 1 of Wuthering Heights, let me see, what page is it? Yeah, page 17. I should express I am using the Union Square & Co. edition, the signature edition copy of Wuthering Heights, just in case. But yeah, page 7. And it's with Mr. Lockwood, our audience surrogate, if I'm using that term correctly, describing Heathcliff and saying that he is a dark-skinned slur, an aspect, in dress and manners a gentleman. That is as much a gentleman as many a country squire. So yeah, I can physically pull that out, and I love it so much. Anyway, but yeah, considering the fact that Heathcliff is a dark-skinned individual, you know, like, I understand, right, that he was definitely discriminated against because of it, you know, not only by, I mean, definitely the most by, I almost said Earnshaw's son, Hindley, who is 14 when Heathcliff is introduced into the household. Like, I completely, you know, and I, you know, but obviously he was also just discriminated against in general because of the fact that he was dark-skinned, like, he was brown, let's just say. And it, you know, and unfortunately that did turn Heathcliff into a fucking monster. Like, and I'm not saying that as a way of being racist, like, but it did, because in this, like, if you understand what the hell he's doing in the second half of this book, it's like, yeah, nah, this, like, nah, he is awful. Like, he is awful. But, you know, but, and I think that's precisely why why I really like the second half, is because it's showing that, like, you know, Heathcliff, you know, who was a boy that, you know, was picked up off the streets, presumably, you know, in the hopes of maybe having a better home life, you know, how all the discrimination and abuse he suffered from those around him turned him into somebody who perpetuates that violence. You know, it's honestly reminiscent of the house in Fata Morgana, you know, especially when you take Requiem for Innocence into account of that. Like, I'm not going to go into that because that's spoiler territory, but yeah, I've really been enjoying Wuthering Heights, you know, and I can't wait to finish it, honestly. I will say there are a couple critiques I have against it. One is the over-reliance, and I mean it when I say the over-reliance on commas and semicolons. Holy shit! There's so many, like, it is so hard to read sometimes because I find myself inadvertently stopping a sentence because there's a comma or there's a semicolon just splicing a sentence in there. And I hate that. Like, I don't know why that is. And then the second thing, and this is one of the things I wish wasn't preserved in this copy that I have. So one of the characters is named Joseph, and he's another asshole. But one of the characters is named Joseph, and he speaks with an accent. I think it's a Yorkshire accent. But the problem is that Emily Bronte decided to write out the accent phonetically, meaning that while everybody else is speaking in pretty legible English, let's just say, Joseph, however, is speaking in the accent in the written word. And I'm telling you right now, it is some of the most incomprehensible English I've ever fucking read. And this is coming from somebody who has read fanfics written by ESL people. Like, that sounds awful, I know, but I'm being so fucking serious. It is a genuine pain. It genuinely gives me a headache reading Joseph's dialogue, because I'm trying to decipher what the hell he's saying. And you want to know what the best part? And you want to know what the best part of this is? Is that, I was telling my dad about the book, right? And I was telling him about, you know, the over-reliance on commas and semicolons, and of course about Joseph's dialogue. The funny thing is that I came here to my room, got the book, flipped to a page where Joseph is speaking, and I presented that page to my dad and was like, read it. And he and he looked at it and he was like you could see the look on his face, and he was like, what? And I asked him, I was like, yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? And he's like, yeah. That's so funny. It was so funny. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm suffering through every time I read him. Why did it's one of those few times where it's like, man, I wish preservation didn't exist so that they could actually translate that shit. Because that is so annoying to read through. But I will say, reading through the book has also, because I'm going to say this right now too, a couple nights ago, I spoiled myself on the Wuthering Heights movie, you know, the one that Emerald Fennell wrote and directed, and I will say we don't have too much time to go over this like I wanted to, but I understand now. I completely understand why fans of the book think of the movie as just a fucking fanfic. Like, it's so much of a fanfic. It is hella fanficky, and I mean that in the bad way. Because again, y'all know I love reading fanfics. I've praised them, and I've even defended them. But oh my god, the 2026 Wuthering Heights movie is a fucking fanfic of Wuthering Heights. Like, and it's so funny because like because like a week ago I was wondering, because again, you know, because they're currently running ads for the movie on streaming platform, for the movie's release on streaming platforms right now, and it's so funny because they showcase like all of these very sexually charged scenes that were present in the movie, and I'm sitting there watching that and I'm like, where the fuck is this energy in the book? Like, where the hell is this energy in the book? Like, by the time that Heathcliff and Catherine, like, finally, I guess we could say, like, do anything romantic in their relationship, it's just a kiss. There's no sex involved at all. And then I learned in the book that, like, nah, they did the dirty. They did the dirty. There's so much sex in Wuthering Heights, and I'm like, why? Why? And then there's a bunch of other like elements in the movie that you know, after reading the scenes I had, I'm like, oh, this sucks. This fucking sucks. This is garbage. This is so garbage. This is shit. I understand why people hated the movie. It's just garbage. Like, damn, Emerald Fennell really did not understand the book. Did not understand the book at all. Like, again, I'm not saying she didn't read it, but I'm definitely now in the camp that, like, she hasn't read it since she was 14. Which is bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. Because it's like, how do you interpret certain scenes that happen in the book and translate them into what they become in the movie? Like, how do you do that? How do you do that? Again, I'm not going to go into detail about it. Maybe in another stream when I finish the book and I'm able to, like, sit with my thoughts on it. But, oh my god. Oh my god, I get it. I fucking get it. Anyway, speaking of books, I ordered 4 more. Last week, I ordered 4 more the last Tuesday. This time it was for my birthday haul, and they're all arriving within the next few days. But I'm guaranteed to enjoy those books because 2 of them are continuations of series I've been reading, whereas the other 2 are books I've been on my TBR for a little bit. The 2 that I'm reading the series of is, of course, Nona the Ninth, so I'm getting finally caught up on the Locked Tomb series, thank God. Especially because I did see news on Twitter from Tamsin Muir that, like, she is working on Alecto the Ninth. You know, so she's still working on that, which is cool. It's like, yay, great. But yeah, so there's that. I also got Volume 3 of Heaven Official's Blessing, and I'm really excited to jump into that because I heard something happens in there, and I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see how it's written. Let's fucking go, right? But the 2 books that I did that were on my TBR for a little bit are The Everlasting by Alex E. Harrow, and I've heard a lot of good things about from a few of the booktube reviewers that I watch on here, and they really love that book. Ugh, they really love that book. So I'm really excited to dive into that whenever it gets here. Probably tomorrow if the tracking is accurate. And the other book is Paladin's Grace by T. Kingfisher, which I watched which I did see a review of, and I'm like, I'm kind of curious about it, especially because T. Kingfisher is a pretty well-known name, I think, in the fantasy genre, because she is from what I've heard from people who've read her books, like, she's very, I don't know if I mean, meticulous seems like too strong a word, but she definitely, the way that she writes her stories is very, you can tell that, she's thought a lot about them, about her stories, about her characters, about her worlds, etc., and I'm like, man, I really do need a book like that. I really do need a book like that, where it's like, maybe I could pick up some things of, what are some cool things I could do with my fantasy worlds, right? But, yeah, so Everlasting's gonna be here tomorrow, Heaven Official's Blessing's gonna be here Tuesday, when I'm gonna be gone, probably, and then, Nona the Ninth and Paladin's Grace are gonna be here Wednesday. So I am gonna be stacked up on books for months, which is great, which is great, because I was going through a bit of a drought the last few months since I finished the last book that I keep picking up and putting off for 2 years. But yeah, I'm really excited about that. Do I want to talk about these 2 things, or should I wait? I mean, to be fair, it's been almost an hour since I went on break, and I don't want to, yeah, it's been 45 minutes-ish. I don't, yeah, I think it might be a good idea to talk about those later. Yeah, probably next time. But yeah, all I can say about this is that if y'all remember from a few months ago when I was talking about potentially writing a book, well, I got some news for you. I will say I haven't done any actual writing yet, but I'm gonna say this: there's definitely the bare bones of a book there. That's all I'm gonna say. I'll go into more detail about it next time, meaning in a couple weeks. But yeah, I've been working hard. This is one of the things that's been taking up my attention for the last few months. Anyway, I think now is probably a good time to get back into it. So let me get Twitter up real quick. Hell, we might be able to get this done within like an hour. Again, because I do know that we are not coming up against we're not coming up against more megas tonight. Like, I think Pyroar was the last one I was gonna say for tonight. Yeah, for tonight. There we go. Okay. All right. Need to refresh my tabs real quick. So that way we're not dealing with stuff. Ba 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 da ba ba. You know, it's actually interesting. I'm thinking, you know, the more I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I wonder if there's just gonna be like times where it's like I'm gonna be like hyper fixating on like specific books. I mean, then again, that's happened before, you know. I mean, there was a time where I was there was a time where I was obsessed with talking about the Rook and the Rose trilogy by M.A. Carrick. You know, obviously there's my Wuthering Heights phase right now. There's probably going to be a time where there's probably going to be a short period where I'm going to be like, yeah, no, I want to talk about Carmilla. Again, I think it's because it all goes back to when I played that adaptation of Carmilla way back when, like so many years ago. You know, and I think a lot of it is just because, like, you know, because I think I've talked about this before, where like I was a big like vampire freak back when I was in middle school. Like I devoured anything that was vampire related, you know. And I think for Carmilla specifically, like the fact that it's like, I think it is known as like the true progenitor of vampire fiction. I mean, Dracula is definitely like the most well known, but Carmilla actually came before, like 30 years prior. And it is the book responsible for the not the psycho-lesbian, no, that's different, the lesbian vampire trope. You know, and obviously, you know, I've made my borderline kink for vampiruses very clear. You know, so I think like so I definitely think like Carmilla is gonna probably be like one of my hyperfixations for a little bit. You know, if and when I eventually get around to reading that. It helps that the original Carmilla is only... I mean, it helps that like the original Carmilla is only like 150 something pages. Like it's a novella. I gotta turn this down again. Oh. Okay. Let me check if my playlist is on shuffle. Yep. Cool. Okay. Alright, let me get my tabs. Let me get my Pokemon tabs up. Oh wait, no, I lied. It's not, Pyroar's not the last Mega. I just forgot about the other one because it's so weird. But hey, at least it's it's also one of my favorite Pokemon too. Excuse me. Okay, let me get the tier list up. Okay, get this back up. Okay, so starting back up into the ranking of the tier list. This is another Pokemon that has several forms, but we're only going to be focusing on the one today, and that is come on, Flabebe. Alright, so Flabebe, which is the same in Japanese, Furabebe, is known as the single bloom Pokemon. It is a pure fairy type, and going all the way back to X and Y, this would have been our first introduction to fairy type, to the fairy typing. It evolves into Floette at level 19, which then evolves into Florges when exposed to a shiny stone. So, and it has 5 separate forms that are named for the color of its flower, which means it's available in red, yellow, orange, blue, and white. It has Flower Veil as a regular ability with Symbiosis as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Flabebe is a small fairy-like Pokemon. Its head, upper torso, and stubby arms are white, and its lower body is light green, ending in a... What the fuck is that word? In a peduncle? Peduncle-like tail. It has beady eyes, a small pointed nose, a pink blush mark on each cheek, and heart-shaped ears. It wears a crown made of interwoven yellow pollen balls. Flabebe is a female-only species with no male counterpart, as well as one of the shortest and lightest Pokemon in existence. Notably, Flabebe is usually seen riding a flower called a fairy flower in the anime episode To Find a Fairy Flower. The flower has a short, light green peduncle with 3 small leaves, 3 stamens with rounded yellow anthers, a yellow pistil, and 5 rounded petals, which can be red, yellow, orange, blue, or white. After birth, it will immediately search around for a flower that has the shape and color it wants. Once it finds the one, Flabebe will care for it for the rest of its life. The flower that Flabebe holds is so intrinsically connected to the Flabebe that it is thought to be a part of its body. The different forms of Flabebe are described as particularly fond of certain flower colors, except for white flower Flabebe. Flabebe is able to draw forth the power hidden within flowers in order to use a variety of moves and fend for itself. In return, it gives them some of its own energy. From the flower it holds, Flabebe collects a special pollen with healing properties to craft its crown and directs power to flow upward in currents of air. As seen in the Journeys anime episode, Under Color of Darkness, Flabebe becomes unable to properly float around if one of the petals on its flower falls off. And prior to Generation 7, Flabebe in its evolved forms were the only known Pokemon that could have Flower Veil and Symbiosis as abilities. And as for the stats... So special defense is its highest at 79, with special attack at 61, HP at 44, speed at 42, physical attack at 38, and physical defense at 39. Alright, so I will say admittedly, and I don't think a lot of people would fault me for this, when I first came across Flabebe, I genuinely thought it was a grass-type Pokemon. And I should have guessed that from the fact that, like, oh, I threw out my fire. What do you mean it's not super effective? But, yeah, I think Flabebe, like, I really like Flabebe's design. I really like Flabebe's design. It is actually, and I think it's a really good, introductory Pokemon to fairy typing. You know, because, I mean, because, yeah, like, if we're considering this thing as the Pokemon and the flower to just be, like, you know, just an inanimate object, I think it does very much fit what you would believe to be a Pokemon fairy. You know? And I also really like that, like, again, it's a flower fairy. Like, I mean, because, I mean, granted, you would imagine that fairies are like that anyway. They're obsessed with flowers and all that. They're fae. But I don't know, I also really like that it does have, like, the different colored flowers and such, so it's like, you really do have a variety to pick, like, you know, like, what color do you want for your baby, right? Although I will say I do wonder if, like, it would be interesting, and I do wonder if maybe, like, there are some Pokemon artists that have, like, done this before, where, the idea of Flabébé, like, choosing, like, different types of flowers, not just the colors, but, like, you know, we could say that this is, like, a tulip, right? Like, tulips, daisies, I'm thinking of, like, my own character's flowers, like, bellflowers, zinnias, you know, stuff like that. Like, it would be interesting. But, yeah, I will say that offensively, Flabébé is not good. Oh my god. The amount of times that I will send it out, because it's the only fairy type I have, right? And I'm like, well, I don't want to bring out other Pokemon that I probably don't have for this. And it's so weak. My baby is so weak. But, honestly, I do like Flabébé. I really do. I'll probably put her in the, high B tier. Again, such a shame that Sycamore doesn't really appear in, Legend ZA. You find pictures of him in his office, but man, you don't really see him. Alright, next up is Floette. And actually, and this is the only case so far where where the second Evo, where the first Evo of a two-stage Pokemon has a Mega. And but yes, there's Mega Floette. However, I think this is only applicable to AZ's Floette, which is known as the Eternal Flower. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Eternal Flower is AZ's Floette. Alright, so Floette, which is the same in Japanese, is continuing to be known as the Single Bloom Pokemon, retaining its pure fairy typing. Yeah, so, okay, so I'm reading here that, yeah, Eternal Flower Floette is the only one that can, is the only Floette that can Mega Evo, which makes sense. It retains its abilities, as always, but, when it Mega Evolves, it can get Fairy Aura. Alright, so, Floette's biology states, Floette is a small fairy-like Pokemon. Its head, upper torso, arms, and mitten-like hands are white, and its lower body is green, ending in a spade-shaped tail. It has beady eyes, each with a leaf-like green extension sprouting from the top, resembling a long eyelash. Its ears are long, slightly droopy, and heart-shaped at the end, with a yellow ring around each base. Two thin black lines run across the top of its head. Floette is a female-only species with no male counterpart. Notably, Floette floats around while holding a flower like a parasol. The flower has a long light green peduncle with a single leaf, 3 stamens with rounded yellow anthers, and 5 rounded petals, which can be red, yellow, orange, blue, or white, depending on the color of the flower it held as a Flabébé. Floette can be often found near flower beds, tending for the flowers that begun wilting, restoring the health of withered ones, and celebrating new blossomings. It is said to mercilessly attack and never forgive anyone who messes up a flower bed. Oh my god, it's like that one NPC from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. You know, the one where it's like, if you step on her flowers, like, she goes fucking berserk. Floette cannot use moves by its own. Instead, it first needs to synchronize with the flower it holds through wavelengths of visible light, exchanging powers with the flower in order to draw out the power it hides. Thanks to this, it can draw forth the latent capabilities of grass-type Pokemon in addition to becoming able to use grass-type moves itself. Yet it doesn't become a grass-type. Well, I guess then again that would give it like a 4 times weakness to poison as opposed to 2. Floette can more effectively synchronize with a flower if its color matches the one produced by the wavelength it uses, with white flower Floette being said to easily sync with differently colored flowers. Additionally, the more gorgeous the flower, the more power that it contains for Floette to use. By the way, I'm gonna say this right now, that doesn't do anything for the stats. Prior to Generation 7, Floette and its evolutionary relatives were the only known Pokemon that could have Flower Veil and Symbiosis as abilities. Oh gosh, do I want to talk about Eternal Flower Floette? Wait, what? Wait, what? Sorry, I'm looking at the Eternal Flower section for the Floette, page here. What is this? Eternal Flower Floette holds a completely different flower known as the Eternal Flower, which is said to no longer bloom anywhere in the world, having gone extinct in ancient times. Despite that, a flower of the same kind can still be found in Sutopolis City in the Hoenn region under a great tree AZ planted 1,000 years ago. Where the fuck is this? What? What do you mean? I played Oraz. Is this... what? What? Oh my god, I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole. What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? In Pokemon Oraz, the crater was formed by a giant... people soon began to... The great tree in front of the Cave of Origin was received from AZ when he visited from the Kalos region. A flower similar to the one held by AZ's friend, the Eternal Flower Floette, can also be seen near the tree's base. What? Okay, that's interesting. I did not know that. That is very interesting. I did not know that. Anyway, I don't think I'm going to talk about Eternal Flower Floette, because I can't even get a good picture of it. But let's talk about Mega Floette. Alright, so... as a result of Mega Evolution, the Eternal Flower has doubled in size and its anatomy has become more complex. It no longer has sepals, and the petals are now surrounded by the rims of a larger petal. The inner petals are mostly red, while the outer petals are mostly black, with a thin black structure connecting these parts and ending in a pointed tip. Near the tips of the outer petals, a blue pattern runs along the rims. It has 3 jagged stigmata ending in blue tips. The stem has grown much longer and still connects to the central part of the corolla, but it now has 3 smaller branches supporting the inner petals. Prior to this branching point, the stem becomes more braided in appearance and wraps itself to Mega Floette's lower body. AZ's Floette is the only one of its kind capable of Mega evolving, possibly due to being unable to evolve as a result of being revived by his machine. The Eternal Flower has absorbed all of the Mega Evolution energy. As a result, it developed a will separate from that of Mega Floette. This is a bunch of ZA lore here. However, can lose control should there be an excess resulting in that. Moreover, Mega Floette can transport humans by enveloping both them and itself within a rainbow orb. It has been referred to as the Eternal Flower. Oh, you had to hack that, didn't you? There's an Eternal Flower Floette thing in the Alola Pokedex. I'm like, you had to hack that, right? Anyway, the stats for regular Floettes. Oh my god, I thought I opened Discord. Special defense is still as high as at 98 with special attack at 75, HP at 54, speed at 52, physical defense at 47, and physical attack at 45. Holy shit. As for Mega Evo, Mega Evolved Floette, special attack gets a huge boost to 155 with special defense to 148, speed at 102. Is that it? Oh my god, everything got upped. Jeez. The physical defense at 87, physical attack at 85, and HP at 74. I'm actually looking at the base stat totals. So, regular Floette's stat total is 371. Mega Floette's is 651. Although, to be fair, it's because of Eternal Flower Floettes, and that has a 551 stat total. Anyway, I took a long time trying to figure out, like, what do you mean, the Floette? Yeah, I think Floette's I really like Floette. You know, it's pretty much the same reasons why I like Flabebe, but I will say I also like AZ's Floette too. I think it's just because, like, again, of all the story reasons. I think it's because of all the story reasons regarding AZ and his Floette. I will say I do think that the color scheme for Eternal Flower Floette, you know, the black and red, is really, like, I mean, listen, I like those colors. They always look good. You know, it's edgy Floette. But, it's interesting, too, to look at the Mega design here, because, like, you know, it's actually interesting, because, they call this little section right here to be braided, and it's like, why does it look like an umbilical cord to me, then? I mean, I actually wonder if that is partly the inspiration. It's like, oh, it's supposed to represent, like, you know, I mean, eternal life, and it's like, what represents life better than birth, right? But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I really do like Floette. I mean, even regularly, I think it's really cute. It evolved from a baby to a teenager. Wait, did they mention this looking like pigtails? The little parts here? Probably not, right? Yeah, they didn't mention... I mean, honestly, you could see these as, like, pigtails, honestly, which is cute. I'll probably put her in the A tier. But yeah. And not to mention, I think it's also just kind of sad to think about AZ and his Floette specifically, because it's like, you know, I mean, I already talked about this before when I was talking about ZA's main story ending. But I do think it is especially sad that, like, the Floette, yeah, that his Floette is now destined to live forever. You know, like, it managed to fucking outlive its trainer. Which is sad. Alright. Next up is my fairy queen, Titania, or Florges. I always name my Flabebes Titania, which is queen of the fairies. Alright, so Florges, which is the same in Japanese, is known as the garden Pokemon, retaining its pure fairy typing along with its abilities. And the biology states, Florges is a slender nymph-like Pokemon. Its head, chest, arms, and fingers are white, and its lower body is green and bent forward at the waist, ending in a butterfly-shaped tail, with the upper wings resembling large patterned leaves. Surrounding its neck and the back of its head is an ornate flower arrangement, which can be mainly red, yellow, orange, blue, or white, with differently colored flowers scattered throughout. Its eyes are dark and have white sclera, with a leaf-like green extension similar to a quarter note above each, resembling eyelashes. It has a pointed nose and long teardrop-shaped ears. 2 thin black lines run across the top of its head, and 2 dark green diamond shapes cover its chest. Florges is a female-only species with no male counterpart. Florges claims its territory by gathering flowers and creating exquisite flower gardens, which are said to emit an energy that heals body and spirit alike. Specifically, white flower Florges is said to decorate its flower garden with flowers of varied colors. It devotes its life for the garden it takes care of, to the point of ruthlessly punishing anyone who vandalizes it, even if they beg for mercy. Again, it's the NPC from Breath of the Wild! In fact, Florges is so renowned for its skill in arranging flowers that it was usual practice for castle governors to raise a Florges to embellish, protect, and care for their gardens. It has a long lifespan, with registers of one specimen living for over 300 years. Holy shit. Florges can synchronize with flowers through different wavelengths in order to draw forth the energy they have, which it can fire as powerful beams in a manner comparable to an artillery battery. It is also said to be capable of controlling the flower as it grows. And prior to Generation 7, Florges in its pre-evolved forms were the only known Pokemon that could have Flower Veil and Symbiosis as abilities. And as for the stats... Alright, so Special Defense is its highest at 154, with Special Attack at 112, HP at 78, Speed at 75, Physical Defense at 68, and Physical Attack at 65. So yeah, this Pokemon can take special attacks like a champ. But yeah, I will say, I genuinely love this design for a Pokemon. Like, it's like elegant, magnificent. And again, it makes sense considering we're dealing with a fairy type. You know, I mean, now I obviously understand why, you know, like, there probably are better fairy-type Pokemon out there, but to me, Florges, I think, represents fairies, like, at least represents fairy types, like, one of the best. Oh, speaking of Snowbell, I do like this remix of Snowbell. Anyway, but yeah, I do really like the design here. I also love the different flower stuff, and, yeah, and I will say this, I've used Titania a lot in ZA. Like, she definitely was, like, one of my favorite Pokemon to use. Even in X, too, like... I mean, unfortunately, I don't think I was really able to use her against, you know, any of the Elite Four or Diantha. But, yeah, I think this is a really cool, beautiful Pokemon, honestly. And, yeah, I would probably put it in S tier. Florges. Also, I'm trying to think, like, what is flower in French? It's fleur, right? Or, no, it's not fleur, is it? Is it fleur? What is, let me check real quick. It's gonna bother me. Oh, okay. I mean, to be fair, in French, Florges' name is the same. I'm probably thinking of fleur. Alright, next up. It is, I think, outside of starters, our first grass type. Skidoo! Blue Skidoo, we can do! Sorry. Alright, Skidoo. Skidoo slash Mekuru? Mekuru? Yeah. Or Mekuru, probably, is known as the Mount Pokemon. It is a pure grass type that evolves into Go-Go at level 32. It can have Sap Sipper as a regular ability with Grass Pelt as a hidden ability, and the biology states, Skidoo is a quadrupedal goat-like Pokemon covered with shaggy dark brown fur. It has a white face with a brown blaze down the middle, a round black nose, black eyes, a short beard, and small rounded ears. On top of its head are a pair of pointed black horns extending out to the sides. It has a white stocking on each leg and cloven orange hooves. There is a leafy green mane around its neck that extends along its back. The mane ends at its tail, which is made up of 3 short leaves. The leaves on its back can be crafted into perfumes. I think that's from... Is that from ZA? I don't know. Skidoo can perform photosynthesis with the leaves on its back, which means that it does not need to eat so long as it has sunshine and water. It has a docile nature and is thought to be one of the first Pokemon to live alongside humans who ride on it to travel across mountains. As seen in the anime episode A Race for Home, milk from Skidoo can be used to make dairy products. Skidoo and its evolution Go-Goat are the only known Pokemon that can have Grass Pelt as an ability. And as for its stats, HP is actually its highest at 66, with physical attack at 65, special attack at 62, special defense at 57, speed at 52, and physical defense at 48. I do think it's a cute Pokemon. This is the kind of Pokemon that you would see at a petting zoo, you know, with little other baby goats and all that. Like, I think this is probably, like, it's actually kind of funny, because you know how you can ride Go-Goat in X and Y? And Go-Goat are also used as taxi services in X and Y and Lumiose. I think it's in X and Y. I know they mention it in ZA. But I just imagine that this is probably, like, Skidoo is probably, like, because you see these horns here, right? Because I think you hold onto the horns for a Go-Goat to ride it. So I imagine that this is the kind of, like, this is the thing that you would put your small child on. You know, because you can even see here with the horns, it's like, you know, you hold on to it. But yeah, I think it's cute, and I remember in ZA, like, you can see it just, like, you know, prancing about, much like a goat. But yeah, I think it's cute. Honestly, I would probably put it in my fucking... Also, I just like the name, Skidoo. Skidoo, 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 Skidoo. I'm gonna accidentally say Skidoosh. Alright. Next up is Go-Goat. Alright, so Go-Goat, which is the same in Japanese, is still known as the Mount Pokemon, retaining its pure grass typing along with its abilities, and the biology states. Go-Goat is a quadrupedal hooved Pokemon similar to a goat. The fur on its face is white with fluffier fur on the chin, and the back of its head is dark brown. It has a black nose, red eyes encircled by black markings, a brown blaze down the middle of its face, and rounded ears. On top of its head is a pair of curving black horns that extend over its back. It is covered in shaggy brown fur that is darker across the back and lighter around the belly and legs. Around its neck is a thick green leafy mane that extends down its back and ends in a short bushy tail. The fur on its legs is shorter than the rest of its body. It is dark brown on the upper leg and white around the feet. Each foot ends in a cloven brownish-orange hoof. Go-Goat has been domesticated by people since 5,000 years ago, and is often used for transport. Go-Goat is known to have empathic abilities that allow them to sense the feelings of whoever grips its horns. It does this by sensing subtle changes to the grip, and this ability is so acute that it can move as if it and its rider were one being. In the wild, Go-Goat lives in herds in mountainous regions. The leader of the herd is decided through battles with its horns. In Lumiose City, Go-Goat is used by people for transportation through a service called the Go-Goat Shuttle. This service ceased operations prior to the events of Legend ZA. The main reason is the presence of wild Pokemon in the Wild Zone, which makes Go-Goat scared. Currently, a man named Lugo is working to restart the Go-Goat Shuttle business. Go-Goat and its pre-evolved form Skidoo are the only known Pokemon that can have Grass Pelt as an ability, and in Generation 9, Milk Drink is Go-Goat's signature move. They took that away from Mommy Milkers? Or Miltank? Alright, so as for the stats, HP is its highest at 123 with physical attack at 100, special attack at 97, special defense at 81, speed at 68, and physical defense at 62. So yeah, I think this is another pretty neat Pokemon. You know, it's definitely more like a goat. I mean, and the fact that you can ride it in X and Y definitely makes having one worth it. But I will say I have used a Go-Goat before, and I don't find them particularly, useful? Like, they're cool, I guess. They're fine. But they're not necessarily, like, good for me, you know? I mean, at least my Go-Go, which I named, Yule after Yule Log, he definitely didn't do me any favors. Like, it almost feels like he just fucking dies every so often. But, again, that could just be a me thing, where it's like, I just got a bad nature once again. Or I trained it in too bad. But, yeah, I think this is a pretty neat Pokemon. I think it's cool. I don't like it as much as Skidoo. So, I think it's gonna be, squeaking by on the high beats here. I will say, though, the name Go-Go is just... It is kind of, like, nice to say. It's like, Go-Go, 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 Alright. Ooh, baby! Another favorite from Kalos. And it's our first fighting type. Pancham! Pancham. Slash Yancham is known as the playful Pokemon. It is a pure fighting type that evolves into Pangoro at level 32 while we have a dark type Pokemon in the party. It can have either Iron Fist or Mold Breaker as regular abilities, with Scrappy as a hidden ability, and the biology states. Pancham is a bipedal mammalian Pokemon that resembles a young panda. Its head and short puffy tail are white. It has a triangular black nose, rounded black ears, black circles around its eyes, and tufts of fur on top of its head and on each cheek. Its upper body and hind feet are black, while the lower body is a dark gray. Where the two colors meet, the dark gray forms a 3-pointed pattern on its chest. There are 3 digits on each paw and small dark brown circular pads on the soles of its black hind paws. Pancham carries a small green leaf in its mouth. There's no actual purpose behind this leaf, aside from an attempt to look cool. Well, too bad for me, I just think it makes him look even more adorable. Pancham looks up to Pangoro as a leader and tries to emulate its behavior in an effort to learn how to battle and hunt for its prey. If Pancham makes a big mistake, Pangoro will take away its leaf. It tries to make itself look serious to its foes, but its glare is not intimidating enough, and if it is distracted, it ends up grinning. Despite its attempts to look frightening, it cannot help grinning if patted on the head, like a good boy. Prior to Generation 7, Pancham and its evolved form Pangoro were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Parting Shot. And as for the stats, unsurprisingly for a fighting type, its highest stat is its physical attack at 82, with HP at 67, physical defense at 62, special defense at 48, special attack at 46, and speed at 43. So I will say this, I do have a soft spot for Pancham because I love pandas. That has been a thing with me since I was young. I have always liked, I think pandas are probably, like, my favorite kind of bear. And I think they're, I just think they're so cute and fat. Like, in actuality, I actually have a panda plushie. Oh, I actually have 2 panda plushies in my bookcase over here, on the shelf. But, yeah, it's like, I just also imagine this is an adorable plushie as well. But, I do like Pancham a lot, and I think it's so cute. It's like, oh my god. I mean, it also has just this, like, and I just imagine too, like, again, you get, like, cuteness aggression. I just imagine if I have a plushie of Pancham, I'm gonna, like, smack its fucking head like you would a bald person. Reminds me of this, I don't know if it's a viral meme or if it was just something my friend Gary came up with, but I remember there was a tweet that Gary really fucking liked, where it was basically like, it was like a picture tweet of, like, the back of someone's, like, bald ass head, and then you had a hand, the meme hand, and it's like me when I'm about to smack that thing. And it's like, yeah, you would smack a bald person, wouldn't you? Like, that's what I just imagine with the Pancham here. I think belongs in A tier. I think it's so fucking cute. Oh! I am so sorry about that. I thought I was gonna go here. Whoopsie. Pancham! My baby boy! Actually... Nah. I was thinking, like, maybe it would be better if I put it in S tier, but nah. Here's the thing. If it was a dark type, I would have put it in S tier. Like, purely because of that. And I'll tell you why when we get to the next Pokemon. Alright, next up is Pangoro, or Bancho, as I call mine. Bancho. Alright, so Pangoro slash Goronda is known as the Daunting Pokemon, retaining its fighting type but gaining Dark upon evolution. The abilities remain the same, however. Biology is as follows. Pangoro is a large bipedal Pokemon resembling a humanoid panda bear. It has a stocky build with a round belly, short legs, and long arms with large paws. Excuse me. Its head and belly are covered in thick white fur, while its lower body, chest, arms, and back are covered in equally thick dark gray fur. A long cape of this dark gray fur hangs down behind its back. In combination with the rest of the dark furred pattern, this gives the impression that Pangoro is wearing a long coat and trousers. Pangoro's three-fingered paws have shorter, darker fur and are tipped with black claws. It has a blunt snout with a triangular black nose, rounded black ears, prominent fangs in its lower jaw, and black semicircles under its brow tip that makes its eyes indistinguishable. Pangoro likes to carry a thin-stemmed shoot with 2 leaves in its mouth. This small bamboo shoot is used to sense the movements of those around it. Despite its cantankerous demeanor, Pangoro is kind to those it considers to be its friends, and it does not tolerate those who pick on the weak. With arms powerful enough to snap a telephone pole, it charges into battle like a berserker, heedless of any damage it might suffer. Pangoro can destroy a dump truck in one punch and utilizes this strength when pummeling its opponents. Many trainers find themselves smitten with its lively nature. However, those who wish to train a Pangoro for themselves will have to fight one. It lives to engage in duels with Obstagoon. And prior to Generation 7, Pangoro and its pre-evolved form Pancham were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Parting Shot. And as for the stats, physical attack is unsurprisingly its highest at 124 with HP at 95, physical defense at 78, special defense at 71, special attack at 69, nice, and speed at 58. So there's a reason I named my Pangoros Bancho. And I think it's because of the fact that, like, this Pangoro reminds me of, like, the old delinquents of Japanese age. Like the ones that you would definitely see with the pure black uniforms and the pompadours and all that. I don't know, like, it just gives me that vibe. And I think it's because, like, it's also based off of it too, right? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so it says here in the origin page that, considering how its pre-evolution needs to be around Dark-type Pokemon, blah 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 blah. Oh, here we go. Pangoro also appears to draw inspiration from Bancho, Japanese juvenile delinquent leaders. But yeah, and that's, you know, and it's so fun too, because it's like, but yeah, I will say, I love this thing. Like, I think it's so cool. But remember how I said that if Pancham were a dark type, I would have put it in S tier? Here's the thing. Because of the fact that Bancho is a dark type, along with being a fighting type, I can basically just send it out against a psychic type Pokemon with no fear, because again, dark type nullifies or is completely immune to psychic. So this basically gets rid of one of the weaknesses that it would have, which is so good to me. Not to mention, it also has just a really good move pool. Like, I think, hold what does it have? I remember it having good moves. Yeah, it has Night Slash, Brick Break, Crunch, Brutal Swing, and Close Combat. Like, but yeah, I will say that that Brutal Swing and Night Slash is so good. But yeah, I really, you know, it's just, and again, I have a bias for pandas. What can I say? But yeah, this is why Pangoro's going up here in the S tier. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Alright. Next up. Oh dear. One of the gimmick Pokemon. I said copy. The fuck? Furfrou. Oh boy. Alright, Furfrou slash Turimien is known as the Poodle Pokemon. It is a pure normal type that is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. However, it can have its hair trimmed into 9 different styles. Fuck that. Its only ability is Fur Coat. And that's it. Alright, so the biology states, Furfrou is a quadrupedal canine Pokemon with thick white fur that covers its black body apart from its paws and face. The fur is thicker and fluffier around its head and tail. It has round red eyes with blue eyelids, a pointed snout with a round light blue nose, and long rectangular ears. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen on its upper jaw. Furfrou used to guard the king in the ancient times of Kalos and is known to be loyal to its trainer. Furfrou is said to be very intelligent. By the time of Pokemon Legends ZA, a Furfrou League has been established in Lumio City, complete with its own Elite Four and Champion, where all participants only use Furfrou to battle one another. And prior to Generation 7, Furfrou was the only known Pokemon that could have Fur Coat as an ability. In terms of the forms, it has, obviously the natural form is what we're seeing, but you can have it to have a Heart Trim, a Star Trim, a Diamond Trim, a Debutante Trim, Matron Trim, Dandy Trim, La Reine Trim, Kabuki Trim, and Pharaoh Trim. It is commonly seen with its fur trimmed and dyed into various styles. However, only those it trusts are allowed to cut its fur. In the past, aristocrats would even compete over who could trim its fur into the most exquisite style. Cutting its fur increases the swiftness of its movements. As for the stats, speed is actually its highest at 102, with physical attack at 80, special defense at 90, physical attack at 80, HP at 75, special attack at 65, and physical defense at 60. So, as I said, I don't really do, I don't do normal types. But I will say this, Furfrou is probably one of the most annoying motherfuckers ever to battle because of that fur coat ability. Like, the fact that it can have, physical attack moves by 50%. Meaning that even if you were to send out, like, a strong fighting type Pokemon, odds are it's not gonna be O-code, which I hate. Which I fucking hate. I will say too, I did catch a Furfrou, both in my first playthrough of X and in ZA, but I never did anything with it because, first of all, I just don't fuck with that, period. But also, even in terms of the whole gimmick regarding the fur, here's the thing. The moment you send it out to battle and it gets hit, that cut is reverted back to this scruffy thing. And I'm like, I am not spending however much Poke I've got just to have a cut I like against the Poke, it's just, I find it so annoying. I don't like that gimmick at all. And trying to battle against this thing is also just so annoying, so, yeah. I will say this. I do think the gimmick is interesting. I just don't care for it. And that's the only thing that saves it from being a C tier. It is a low B Pokemon for sure. But hey, at least it's not in C tier with Diggersby. Alright, next up. I think it's our first psychic type of the gen, right? I think. And that is Esper. Or Mimi, as Emma would call hers. Alright, so Esper slash Nyaspa is known as the Restraint Pokemon. It is a pure psychic type that evolves into Meowstic at level 25. It can have either Keen Eye or Infiltrator as regular abilities, with Own Tempo as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Esper is a bipedal feline Pokemon. Its fur is a pale gray with white tips on its ears and white paws. There are tassel tufts of fur on its head, cheeks, shoulders, chest, and hips. It has wide pale purple eyes with darker purple pupils, a tiny nose, and a small mouth. When its mouth is open, 2 pointed teeth can be seen on its upper jaw. Its tail is fluffy and slightly curled. Esper's ears are quite large in proportion to its body and folded. Beneath its ears are 2 ring-shaped yellow organs. These organs emit Esper's intense psychic powers. It has no control over its power and would leak out if the ears were not sheltering the organs. It has enough psychic energy to create a blast radius of 300 feet / 90 meters. This psychic energy can send even a wrestler flying. While its blank expression barely changes, beneath it is an intense struggle, trying so hard to control its psychic powers. Esper can fall unconscious if its psychic power builds up too much. And as for the stats... Oh, that's interesting. Its highest stat is actually its speed at 68. With special attack at 63, HP at 62, special defense at 60, physical defense at 54, and physical attack at 48. Stop that. Alright, so Esper. I know that this Pokemon has become a bit of a meme over the years because of this blank stare. And granted, it is I can understand why. It's a good meme. But, I will say, I don't really have any strong feelings towards it. Like, I mean, yeah, it's a cat. And obviously, I have my own cat. But I would argue that my own cat is more interesting than Esper. I mean, to be fair though, I think about Mimi, who is Emma's Esper, and how, honestly, that cat, Mimi, is probably, like, the Esper that, like, you would want as a pet because, you know, even after getting kicked in the fucking face with a high heel, it still loves its owner, so... I will say, though, that is actually really funny. That's like, underneath its blank stare is a struggle that it can never escape. It's so funny to me. Ooh, excuse me. But, well, it's definitely not C tier. I also will say I have used an Esper before, and I don't think they're that good. I'm gonna put it in the low B tier, but I will say it ranks higher than probably most of these other Pokemon. And actually, it's actually kind of interesting that it's called Esper. You know, and it's like, oh, it's like a homonym for Esper, you know? Alright, we got a Pokemon that has 2 forms coming up, and surprisingly enough, it got Megas, but I don't have images for those, and I haven't seen what they look like, so I'm not going to point them out. We have Meowstic, so that's the male variant. And here is the female variant. Alright, so Meowstic, otherwise known as Meownix. Oh, that's interesting. It has 2 different, titles. It's known as either the Constraint Pokemon or the Second Sight Pokemon. Retaining its pure Psychic typing. The male Meowstic can have Prankster. Oh wait, they both have the regular abilities, but male Meowstic's hidden ability is Prankster, whereas female Meowstic's is competitive. Alright, so for both Meowstic, biology is as follows. Meowstic is a bipedal feline Pokemon whose appearance differs drastically between genders. Both genders have 2 tails, folded ears, a small collar of fur around the neck, and a tuft of fur on top of the head. On the inner surface of the tips of each ear, there is an eye-like organ with a ring at its center. This organ can emit psychic energy powerful enough to obliterate a 10-ton truck or tanker into dust. When Meowstic uses its abilities, the organ glows light blue. Meowstic usually keeps its ears folded at all times to keep its psychic powers in check, but it will unleash its power if threatened. Male and female Meowstic differ in various ways, most notably in their appearances, temperaments, and the moves they learn. Alright, are we on male Meowstic? Meowstic. Okay. So the male Meowstic is predominantly dark blue. Its eyes are green with light blue sclera. The organ in its ears is green with a light blue ring. The tuft of fur between its ears is white and curves slightly to the side, and the collar around its neck is white with several stray tufts of fur. It has pointed ears with white at the fold on the and on the tips of its ears. There is also a white ring near the tips of its ears. Its tails are also pointed with white tips and a white ring near the end. There is a tuft of fur on each hip and it has white paws. Male Meowstic has a strong defensive instinct, as it prefers to support its allies rather than attack, despite being strong enough to blast away any opponent. It is willing to use its full power to protect itself or its partners. When a male Meowstic continues to emit its powerful psychic energy, it will damage its body as a side effect. Alright, moving on to the female. The female Meowstic is predominantly white. Its ears have no markings and curled tips, and its eyes are red with yellow sclera. The organ in its ears is red with a yellow ring. The tuft of fur on its head is blue and curled, as is the collar around its neck. Its tails are blue at the base and end in white fluffy curls. There are blue stocking-like markings around its paws and 2 tufts of fur on each hip. Female Meowstic is known to be a bit more selfish, aggressive, and aversive than its male counterpart. Should it not get what it wants, it will torment anyone with its psychic abilities. It generally has a stoic expression even when using its powers, and its unfriendliness is part of its charm. When it senses danger, it will unleash its psychic power at its maximum strength with no regard for its opponent. Ugh. Okay, as for the stats. Alright, so thankfully, the stats are not different between the variants. Its highest is its speed at 104, with special attack at 83, special defense at 81, HP its physical defense at 76, HP at 74, and physical attack at 48. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit sneepy. Okay, so Meowstic. So I have used Meowstic before, and here's the thing. I do think the designs are cool. I like female Meowsticks a lot more than male. I don't know, I think it is just because of the fact that it's like, it's got the curls, it's got the little markings here that are like, oh, these are the gloves, these are the socks. Like, I don't know, I really like this design more than the male here. And I do think it is interesting how the variants do have different move pools depending on the gender. So, you know, and it's actually interesting too, the fact that it's the male cat that is more defense oriented as opposed to the female one, where it's like more offense oriented. It's like, huh. I wonder if there is any like excuse me, any real world what is the word? If there's any like real world accuracy to that. I mean, personally, I don't see it. I mean, I've owned both female and male cats, and it's like, well, actually, I mean, well, then again, that might only be when you know you don't take them in to get fixed. But I mean, well, to be fair, like the last 2 cats I've had, which were male and female, I mean, Shuya never attacked my legs like Sushi has. Seriously, I got so many scars on my legs because of Sushi, and that's not even and that's because of the fact that she likes to play with them, and I'm like, when I'm trying to head into my room and it's bedtime, and I'm like, bitch, I gotta go to bed. Whereas Shuya never did that. Shuya never attacked my legs like that. He normally did it with my hands, and that was when I was invading his space. Sushi just fucking does it in the dark when she knows I can't see her. So I don't know, maybe that's the real world accuracy I need. I'll put Meowstic in the high B tier, because I do think it's a neat Pokemon and such, but I don't know if I would necessarily have it on my team unless for special occasions, so... Ooh, Ghost Steel next. And this one's pretty cool. It's another inanimate object, but I think this is one that many people liked. And it is Honedge. Alright, Honedge / Hitotsuki is known as the Sword Pokemon. It is a dual steel ghost type that can... Yeah. Okay, for some reason I was like, huh? It is a dual steel ghost type that evolves into Doublade at level 35, which then evolves into Aegislash when exposed to a Dusk Stone. It only has No Guard as an ability, and the biology states, Honedge is a Pokemon that resembles a sword from medieval times. Its body is a silver sword with a light gray hilt. Embedded in the hilt is a blue gem with a dark center that appears to be its eye. Attached to the pommel is a long dark blue cloth with a swirl design in lighter blue at the tip. The tip of the sash splits into 4 tassels. Honedge's sheath is dark brown with curved lines resembling a triquetra across its surface. Near the top of the sheath are 2 rings and a hole that, in conjunction with the shape of Honedge's blade, create the illusion of a face, with eyes and a mouth. A 3rd ring extends onto the hilt and encircles its actual eye. Honedge is said to have been born when the departed spirit of a person inhabits the sword that killed them a long time ago. Its old cloth is prehensile, and it holds its sheath with it when battling. Honedge is known to attach itself to people and wrap its sash around their arm to suck their life energy completely if they dare to grab it by the hilt. The eye on its handguard is actually its true body. Honedge is a nocturnal species and typically resides in grassy plains. As for the stats, so physical defense is its highest at 100, which is insane. Physical attack at 80, HP at 45, special defense at 37, special attack at 35, and speed at 28. So not a very speedy thing, but it can hit hard, and it can definitely tank hits. But yeah, I do think Honedge is pretty cool. Like, it's a fucking sword. And it does seem like it's following the trend that Gen 5 started with inanimate objects turning into Pokemon, except no one had a problem with this because it was a sword instead of ice cream or garbage or a chandelier. Oh, excuse me, I need to clear my throat for about a moment. Alright, sorry about that. But, yeah, and I think it's also really cool that, like, when it unsheaths itself, like, it holds its sheath with this cloth here, with its little, like, cloth hand, I guess. But, yeah, I've definitely captured this Pokemon a lot. What did I name? Oh, that's right! I was like, what did I name my Honedge when I first caught her in Legends? And that's right, I named it Saint Tess because this was fresh off of House of Fata Morgana Requiem for Innocence. Hyperfixation. VTubers, why? But yeah, I named her Saintess, that's right. And it's so funny considering, you know, the Saintesses in that game do not wield swords at all. I don't know, but I thought it was still cool. What does it learn again? Oh, that's right. This is the Shadow Sneak and Shadow Claw. You know, Pokemon. But yeah, I definitely think Hone Edge is really cool, and I even like the name Hone Edge. You know, you gotta hone your edge, right? Where would I put you? I actually put you in A tier. I actually think you really deserve that. Hone Edge. Okay, next up is its first evolution, Doublade. Doublade slash Nidangiru is continuing to be known as the Sword Pokemon, with retaining its Steel Ghost dual typing, along with its ability of No Guard, and the biology states. Doublade is a Pokemon composed of 2 swords. Each sword has a silver blade and a light gray hilt. Embedded in each hilt is a single pink gem with a dark center that appears to be an eye. Attached to each pommel is a long dark purple sash with a pink swirl pattern on the tip. The tip of the sash is split into 4 tassels, vaguely resembling a hand, which can be used for gripping its sheaths. The blade's 2 sheaths are attached to a plaque. The sheaths are varying shades of brown with lines forming a triquetra pattern across the front. Near the top of each sheath are a rhombus-shaped opening and 3 rings. When the swords are sheathed, the lines visible through the former give it the appearance of a toothy mouth, and the lines visible through 2 of the rings create the impression of closed eyes. The 3rd ring extends onto the hilt and encircles the actual eye. The blade excels in both defensive and offensive strategies and can effortlessly slice through opponents. The blade's 2 swords are able to communicate telepathically, and they use this ability to carry out complex attacks that are unstoppable even by those skilled at swordplay. When rubbing its 2 blades together, the blade can emit a metallic sound that is unnerving to the opponents. So the move metal sound. As for the stats, unsurprisingly, physical defense is the highest at 150, with physical attack at 110, HP at 59, special defense at 49, special attack at 45, and speed at 35. So yeah, Doublade is, much like Hone Edge, is another pretty cool Pokemon, except now we have 2 swords instead of 1, and they always say 2 is better than 1. Although I do have to wonder, like, why do the eyes and the cloths here change color from blue to pink? Is it trans? Can you imagine if I said that to a right-winger Pokemon fan? Oh my god, they would get so mad. But yeah, I think this is another cool Pokemon, especially, it's also very interesting that we went from 1 sword to 2. It's like, what's the lore behind that? It's like, what, the soul is split into 2, or are we thinking like, soulmates? I don't know. But I think it's another cool Pokemon. This is the Pokemon I remember using the most I remember using a lot in my original playthrough of X, because I didn't get a Dusk Stone until way late. And I'd already used it for another Pokemon, but that's neither here nor there. But I did manage to... But this is still a really good Pokemon to use, regardless, so... much like its predecessor, it'll end up here in the A tier. Doublade. Alright, next up is its final form. Oh, we're already almost there. Cool. Okay, so this is another Pokemon that has 2 different forms, but they're not gender... Fuck's sake. It is Aegislash, so that's shield form, and the other form is... Excuse me, Blade form. However, this is the form I associate it with the most, so... Alright, so Aegislash / Girugarudo is known as the Royal Sword Pokemon, retaining its dual typing of Steel and Ghost. However, its ability changes to Stance Change, and that has to do with the, ability to change forms during battle, depending on the moves it uses. The Shield form is its default form, however, it will switch into this form here, the Blade form, when it's using a damaging move. However, you can switch it back to Shield form if you use the move King Shield, which is a signature move, I think? Anyway. Alright, so the biology is as follows. Aegislash is a Pokemon whose body resembles a golden sword. The edge of the steel blade is white and somewhat serrated near the tip. Where the blade meets the hilt is a single purple eye with a white slit pupil surrounded by black space. The handle forms a thick striated spike. 2 cloth-like arms emerge from the sides of the hilt. Each arm is primarily black and transitions to a... I knew it was transitions to a pale purple with a slight swirl pattern at the tip. The sash-like arms split into 4 tassels at the tips. It always carries an ornate shield in at least one of its arms. The shield is gold and has 3 brown rings surrounded by black in the middle. It also has a brown rim with 3 lines radiating toward the center. Aegislash possesses incredible spectral powers, enabling it to manipulate people and Pokemon alike. It once used this power to force people and Pokemon to build a kingdom to its liking. It is also able to detect the innate qualities of leadership. Legend has it that whoever it recognizes as a worthy leader with this power is destined to become king. In fact, this Pokemon has attended and served generations of kings. However, one Aegislash is known to have drained the life of one king, causing his kingdom to fall alongside him. Aegislash is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move King Shield. And as for the forms, so Shield form, in this form, it holds its shield up in front of its blade with both of its arms crossed behind the shield. The center of the rings on its shield are white. Its shield form can block and reduce the damage of any attack. It accomplishes this through a combination of its steel body and a force field made from its spectral power. And as for the sword form, in this form, it carries its shield in its left arm and exposes its blade, which it uses to slash its opponents. The blade form can use the strength and weight of its blade to cut through any opponents. Alright, so it actually has 2 different stat blocks for each fucking form. Are you kidding me? Alright, so for the shield form, from generations 6 and 7, physical defense and special defense were both its highest stats at 150, with HP and 60 tied at 60, and physical attack and special attack tied at 50. However, from generation 8 onwards, they actually reduced the physical defense and special defense stats by 10 points, not lowering it to 140. And that's it. And in terms of blade form, pretty much the same thing, except the physical attack and special attack stats were at 150 for Gen 6 and 7, but then Generation 8 onwards, they got lowered too, to 140 instead. So they were like, it's too strong, we need to nerf it a little bit. But, okay, like, for real, I genuinely love Aegislash. I love the gimmick. The idea of being able to switch from sword to shield. Heh, funny. But yeah, I remember looking at this Pokemon and just being like, oh my god, I want it so bad. And it's actually interesting, because I'm actually noticing that the shield is pretty much like the Doublade and Honedge's sheath, except now it's become a shield. But I will say this too, I've seen its shiny form, and oh my god. Aegislash's shiny form is so good. It's so good. It's so great. Like, I love the black and red that comes with it. It's so nice. You know, and the fact that it knows King Shield, like, Man, this is just a royal Pokemon. This is a Pokemon that is associated canonically with royalty, nobility, etc., etc. But yeah, I just think it's neat. It's neat. It's cool. And it's definitely helped me a lot in my ZA journey. Like, this, I think, I'm trying to remember what I used it for. I know I've used it for Gwyn. I know I've used it for others, I just don't remember. But, yeah, I honestly think it's... I also like the name Aegislash, too. Aegis. It's probably pronounced Aegislash, right? I just pronounce it as Aegislash because of all that. Is that how you spell it? Aegislash. I'm actually gonna look it up. Thank God I didn't put this away yet. Let's see. Come on. Aerodactyl. Here we go. Yeah, Aegislash. Yeah, Aegislash. I'm just gonna pronounce it as Aegislash, though, for my own sake. But yeah, there's actually no C tier, although that might change, because oh, whoopsie, I forgot about you! Honestly, I saw a lot of... Oh, whoops. And I saw a lot of people talking about this, too, where, it's actually surprising that Aegislash did not get a Mega for ZA. And I did find that interesting. It's like, why didn't it get a Mega? That would have been nice! Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not see your... Oh, you're just... Put that in. Thank God I checked chat. Hello? My favorite Pokemon... I mean, that's Pikachu. Like, #1 of all time, because it is the one that I grew up with the most. I am obsessed with it. You know, it's cute. It's adorable. I mean... I don't know how else to describe Pikachu as. It's just... I just love it. I love Pikachu. I'm obsessed with it. I have so many plushies of it. I have a whole shelf dedicated to Pikachu plushies. I have a whole bed dedicated to Pikachu plushies. Like, this is my creature. My autism creature. So, yeah, that's my favorite Pokemon. Anyway, next up, we're on the fourth Pokemon before we get off for the night. So, next up is Spritzee. Alright, Spritzee slash Shushupu is known as the Perfume Pokemon. It is a pure fairy type that evolves into Aromatisse when traded while holding a sachet. It has Healer as a regular ability with Aroma Veil as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Spritzee is a pink avian Pokemon. It has a rounded body and a pale blue-gray face. Most of its facial area is taken up by its curved beak, which somewhat resembles a plague doctor's mask. You know what? I never saw the connection until now, and honestly, that fits. It has large red-orange eyes with long black lashes. On top of its head is a curly tuft of feathers or fur. It has small wings and purple feet with no visible digits. Spritzee emits a scent that varies based on its diet and enraptures those around it using a scent pouch. In the past, royal ladies carried Spritzee with them instead of using perfume. That's funny. Prior to Generation 8, Spritzee and its evolved form Aromatisse were the only known Pokemon that could have Aroma Veil as an ability. And as for the stats, HP is its highest at 78, with Special Defense at 65, Special Attack at 63, Physical Defense at 60, Physical Attack at 52, and Speed at a measly 23. Spritzee. So, I do think this is a nice Pokemon. It's interesting that it's I mean, it makes sense, you know, with its name, Spritzee, you know, being associated with parfum and all that. I just don't understand why it looks like a bird. Like, why does it look like a bird? I mean, granted, it's not, I mean, it's another instance of, like, a Pokemon that looks like it could be one typing, but then it turns out it's a fairy type. Except this one could be flying. Although, to be fair, I guess you could still have the fairy. You could still have the fairy. You would just have to have a fairy flying type. Is there a fairy flying type Pokemon? I actually don't know. Anyway. Yeah, this is pretty nice. I do like the pink and the purple. It's similar to Muna in that regard, where it's like the color palette is just pleasant to look at. I will say though, as I said, like I didn't know this could be I didn't know this could be considered a plague doctor's mask. But I think if I remember correctly, it does make sense because I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, whenever the doctors would wear those masks, I think the beak was just, I think it was filled with, like, flowers or something similar to where it had, like, a pleasant scent to it. And I think that was so that, because obviously the plague doctor's mask, like, I imagine those were the kinds of masks that were being used during the Black Plague, or at least similar times of disease and plague, right? And obviously, the smell of death is never pleasant. So it wouldn't... So, the idea that, like, the doctors are wearing these masks where the beaks are filled with, like, flowers or similar smelling, you know, whatever, you know, so that probably so that, you know, the doctors didn't smell death and rot everywhere they went, like, makes sense. But yeah, I think this is a good design for a perfume-based Pokemon. I've never used it though, mainly because of those stats. But yeah, I will say I never really just found the use to have a Spritzy here. I'll put you in the high B tier because, you know, just to squeak on by, I guess. Spritzy. Is that how you spell it? You gotta get a little spritz. Do I need to refresh my tabs? Yeah, I do. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna save real quick just in case. However, I do need to refresh my tabs real quick, so chotomate. But yeah, we are almost done, thankfully. We just have 3 more Pokemon. Bum, bum, bum. Alright. Next up is the evolution of Spritzy, and that is Aromatisse, this weirdo. Let's see. Male or female Pikachu? Female Pikachu, all the way. I love the heart tail. And, regular or shiny? To be fair, I think I prefer regular Pikachu. But I don't think shiny's that bad. I mean, you know, I actually have a tweet that one of my friends made where, it was talking about shiny Pikachu, and they were like, shiny Pikachu just looks like burnt cheese, and I'm like, you know what, that's fair. That's fair. It makes sense, considering Pikachu is a rat. Anyway, Aromatisse / Frefuon is known as the Fragrance Pokemon, retaining its pure fairy typing, along with its abilities. And the biology is as follows. Aromatisse is a bipedal semi-humanoid Pokemon. Its head and upper body are covered in fluffy purple fur or feathers. The exact hue varies. They are vivid purple in official art, and pinkish purple in all other appearances of the Pokemon. Oh yeah, I guess it is, isn't it? Yeah, I remember in the game it looks more like I think this part right here is supposed to be more white. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering. Around its lower body is an even fluffier mass of pink fur resembling a skirt. Oh my god. No, I hate that. There is a black bow on its lower back. It has a pale blue-gray face with a small curved beak or snout that resembles a mask worn by plague doctors or a masquerade mask. Its eyes are black with red sclera and pupils and full black lashes. It has 2 wavy ears or tufts with yellow centers on its head. Each of its hands has 3 yellow claws, and it has paw-like feet with 3 toes. Aromatisse can give off a variety of different smells, ranging from a pleasant fragrance to bolster its allies to an odor so repugnant that its opponent loses the will to fight. You ever lose your will to live because you smell something so bad? The scent emitted by its pink fur is so strong that its companions and trainer will gradually lose the ability to smell. So you basically become nose blind. That's not good. In Generation 6, Aromatic Mist was its signature move. Additionally, prior to Generation 8, Aromatisse and its pre-evolved form Spritzy were the only known Pokemon that could have Aroma Veil as an ability. And as for its stats, special attack is 99, is its highest stat. Oh, excuse me. HP is its highest stat at 101, with special attack at 99, special defense at 89, both physical attack and physical defense at 72, and speed at 29. I'm gonna make it clear right now, I don't like this thing. It's so weird to me. It's so weird to me. It's not... It is ugly. I'm gonna say that right now. In my personal opinion, this is ugly. This is fucking ugly. Like, and I don't like the cry, too. It's just like, it sounds like, what's an apt descriptor for its cry? It just sounds like when you're losing your mind as a whale. A whale losing its sanity. But yeah, I hate the fact that they said, like, oh yeah, this is supposed to resemble a skirt, and now because of that, it's like, oh no, you're right. I'm just now thinking of this doing, like, the typical, like, you know, expose your leg, you know, like you see in those old movies that's supposed to indicate, like, oh, this character is sexy for some reason. I don't know. I hate it here. Oh my god. But yeah, this genuinely looks like a fucking anteater, but in a really bad way. Where do I put this? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna be mean. I'm gonna be mean here. I'm gonna put Aromatisse in the C tier, because I don't see myself using it at all. By the way, this is also coming from somebody who's never used either of the traded Pokemon, because I didn't have anybody to trade with. Alright, second to last Pokemon. And it's another fairy type, except this one I think is fine. Alright, next up. For fuck's sake, I don't want to see this thing anymore! I thought I copied the image. Alright, next up. Swirlix! Alright, Swirlix / Peropafu is known as the Cotton Candy Pokemon. It is another pure fairy type that evolves into Slurpuff when traded while holding a whipped dream. It can have Sweet Veil as a regular ability with Unburden as a hidden ability. And the biology is as follows. Swirlix is a small, round Pokemon covered with fluffy white fur. It has reddish-pink eyes with white pupils, round ears with light pink tips, a tiny reddish-pink nose, and is often seen with its tongue poking up out of the corner of its mouth. When its mouth is open, 2 upper fangs can be seen. In between its ears is a more prominent tuft of fur. Poking out of the bottom of its fur is its light pink tail. Although Swirlix is typically depicted as levitating to move about, it has a pair of rear paws tucked up in its fur. When exposed, these paws appear to be light pink and have 3 toes each. Swirlix only eats sweets, which makes its fur as sticky as cotton candy. Its fur is said to smell like cotton candy. It can entangle its opponents with white, sticky thread. The amount of sugar it eats is equal to its weight. It is known to become grumpy if it doesn't eat enough sugar. Me too. Prior to Generation 7, Swirlix in its evolved form Slurpuff were the only known Pokemon that could have Sweet Veil as an ability. And as for the stats, physical defense is its highest at 66 with HP at 62, special attack at 59, special defense at 57, physical attack, speed at 49, and physical attack at 48. Okay, so I will say, I do like Swirlix a lot more than Spritzy. Like, I don't know, I think it is just because, like, I think it is because, partly I think because the expression on its face here, which is, like, it reminds me more of a dog. You know? But it's also the fact that it's supposed to be, like, cotton candy. Now, I've had my cotton candy before in life. Not my preferred treat. Not my preferred treat. I would much rather have anything sweet. But I have tried it, and it's not bad. Like, it's definitely a weird texture. It's definitely, like, a weird thing to eat. You know, because it's so soft, and it's like cloth, honestly. But it's wet, it's sweet, it's sugary. And I actually do, I mean, and considering, I mean, I know that this is supposed to be fur, but can you imagine if, like, if this was, like, cotton candy? Like, what would happen if you stuck it in, like, one of those machines, right? And you whipped it, and you just came out with, like, you know, different colored Swirlix. You know, like, you have pink, you have red, you have blue, you can have green, even. But yeah, and it's actually kind of funny, too, because I'm looking at this, and it's like, that's literally the stick, isn't it? I mean, yeah, it's a tail, but that's literally the stick. I'll put him in the high B tier. Swirlix. Alright, last but not least for tonight is our last Pokemon of the evening. And that is the evolution of Swirlix, called Slurpuff. Puffle. Alright, so Slurpuff slash Perorimu is known as the Merengue Pokemon, retaining its pure fairy typing along with its abilities, and the biology states. Slurpuff is a white bipedal Pokemon. It has reddish-pink eyes with white pupils and is usually seen with its tongue poking out of the corner of its mouth. When its mouth is open, 2 upper fangs can be seen. On top of its head is a mass of fluffy pink fur with a red cherry-like sphere on top. On either side of its head, its pink fur forms a spherical shape similar to ears. Around its neck is a wavy red collar, and there is a red spot on the left side of its chest. It has small pink feet with 3 toes and stubby arms. Slurpuff has an exceptionally keen sense of smell that is 100 million times stronger than that of a human. This allows it to distinguish even the faintest of smells and assist pastry chefs in the cooking. Slurpuff can tell a person's mental and physical condition by taking in their scent. Its fur contains a lot of air, making it light and soft to the touch. And prior to Generation 7, Slurpuff and its pre-evolved form Swirlix were the only known Pokemon that could have Sweet Veil as an ability. And as for the stats, oh, they're pretty even, actually. Physical defense is its highest at 86, with special attack 1 point behind at 85, HP at 82, physical attack at 80, special defense at 75, and speed at 72. So it's actually pretty well rounded, all things considered. But, yeah, I actually really like this. I think it's really cute, and it's so, like, I just want to eat it. Like, it is very sweet, and I've seen the way it looks in, like, in the game itself, and I think it's definitely a hell of a lot better than Aromatisse. But I will say, it is interesting to know that, like, this is not an inanimate object. Like, it's not cake turned into a Pokemon. No, this is just a Pokemon that looks like cake. It's actually interesting that's called the merengue Pokemon, because I'm like, so does that mean that it could be based off a cherry merengue pie? I don't even know if that's a real thing. Like, I will say that, I don't even know if it's a real thing. But yeah, I wish I will say, I wish I had a Slurpuff so I could use it. I think it's fine. I think it's cute. I'll actually put it in the high B tier. Because again, I think it's a hell of a lot better than the Aromatisse. Alright! And with that, we finished! Again, it doesn't take that long. Alright, so... rounding off this with a recap of all the tiers. So in the S tier, we have Talonflame, Florges, Pangoro, and Aegislash. A tier, Braixen, Delphox, Greninja, Vivillon, Pyroar, Floette, Skidoo, Pancham, Honedge, and Doublade. High B tier, Fennekin, Froakie, Frogadier, Bunnelby, Fletchling, Fletchinder, Litleo, Flabebe, Go-Go, Meowstic, Spritzee, Swirlix, and Slurpuff. Low B tier, Chespin, Quilladin, Chestnut, Scatterbug, Spupa, Furfrou, and Esper. And in the C tier, Diggersby and Aromatisse. Okay. Wowie zowie! We finished it, guys! It only took us like 4.5 hours. Excuse me. Alright, let me quickly refresh that tab real quick. Okay. But yay! 4.5 hours! Let's go! I knew the stream was gonna be shorter than the last few, which is good, you know? Which is good, because I need to get something to eat. I'm hungry. But yeah, that was pretty fun. I know, God, I will say, this is Mewmore's rendition of Anastar City, but I really like Caterstrax's version better. If only because I think that one actually has, like, good vibes. Anyway, yeah, so that was fun. And I think I actually kept my rambling to a minimum. Well, I say that, but, I mean, to be fair, I think there were times where it's like, I could have probably, not gone on a wild tangent. I don't know, I think it's because of the fact that it's like, I know that these are going to be shorter than usual because, you know, there's not that many Pokemon to review. And all that, but hey, what can you do? What can you do? But, yeah, I will say it too, there's not that, I also saw as well, the legendary Pokemon. There's not that many, honestly. I think Gen 6 is definitely, like, I think it has, like, the least amount of legendaries in it. Well, I don't know, I mean, what do we consider a legendary versus a mythical? Like, I don't know. But, yeah. I guess I could talk a little bit about Kalos. I mean, I don't want to give out my full review yet, but, it is interesting to think about, how Kalos is. Because here's the thing. I know that Pokemon X and Y are definitely considered one of the weakest entries for a Pokemon mainline game. And I can understand why, right? Because, I mean, to be fair, the cast, your friends are not really that interesting. I mean, again, you have your rival, but then you have Shauna, you have Tierno, you have Trevor. But the thing is that, like, you don't really interact with them that much throughout the game, and even then, it's kind of, they don't really have that much personality to them. You know, I mean, I think your rival is the only one that maybe has something. But even then, it's like, well, they don't. I mean, it's not that they don't show up, but it's like, I mean, so there is, you know, so there is that. There's also the fact that many people don't like Team Flare, you know, both in terms of a story perspective and just like a enemy antagonist perspective. I mean, I think the only person interesting of like Team Flare is Lysander, but even then, like, you know, he wasn't really considered a plot twist villain, because I think it's pretty easy to see that, like, yeah, no, he's gonna be like a boss. Shit. I don't know why I did that. Oh god, you could probably hear my stomach growling. I'm so sorry. But yeah, so there's Lysander. But yeah, I mean, but again, I think if anything, he doesn't really get interesting until probably ZA. But I haven't gotten there, so I don't know for sure. But you know, and then of course you even have the whole thing regarding AZ and his Floette. You know, but even then, you don't really learn much about them until later on. It's like, holy shit. But I mean, yeah, I mean, there are definitely some good things about Pokemon X and Y. But I can also, but again, I do understand why people consider it to be one of the weakest entries for the, you know, for the gen, you know, and I do wonder if maybe a good chunk of it is because, like, you know, again, I mean, because X and Y was the one to give us, you know, Mega Evolution as a gimmick, along with the new fairy typing, and it had the honor of being the first fully 3D game of Pokemon. Actually, no, that's not right. Well, I guess, like, in terms of mainline, because technically there's Colosseum and Gale of Darkness, but those are considered spin-offs. You know, and those were on the GameCube, which, you know, considering the handhelds at the time, it was definitely the strongest system to do 3D stuff with. But even then, some of the 3D stuff was not good. Well, actually, no, I guess Pokemon Stadium 2 is also considered 3D. But again, though, I think it's just, again, I think with X and Y, though, it was like, you know, mainline. Because I know for a fact that Colosseum and Gale of Darkness are not mainline series. I don't think Stadium 2 is either, but I could be wrong about that. But, I don't know. Again, I do think there are things to like about X and Y. You know, but again, I'm not going to get into that until the end of next stream, when I'm giving my review and ranking where I would put Kalos. I will say, even though I will say it's a little bit of a spoiler, it's definitely not going to rank as low as Kanto, but it's not going to rank higher than Sinnoh. Like, it's definitely not going to be in the top 2 spots, so just have that. But I will say, I don't know for sure where Kalos would go yet. But yeah, so anywhere between Sinnoh and Kanto. Although I will say, even just saying that, I can already feel the Kanto fanboys, you know, if they ever find this, you know, being like, you stupid bitch, how dare you rank Kalos higher than Kanto, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I don't know, shut the fuck up about your oversaturated shit, bitch. I swear to God, I'm so petty sometimes. But, anyway, when's my next stream going to be? 24th of May, so literally Memorial Day weekend. That's cool. Let's go. But yeah, so May 24th is But yeah, so May 24th will be the second half of the Kalos decks. And it's going to be at the same time as usual, which is at 8 p.m. CST. So, there's your next stream date. But, yeah, I think it's about time I start wrapping up. Thank you all for joining me tonight. I know, again, that tonight was a bit of a shorter stream, but hey, blame it on Kalos. And I hope you all join me again for the second half, where we finish this off. And of course, it'll also be the end of our yearly or annual tier list ranking stream for Pokemon. So, yeah. Until then, have a good night, a good couple of weeks. Stay safe. Please be careful. Things are crazy out there. You know, especially with my government acting the way it is right now. But, yeah. But, you know, on account of that, please please support each other in these trying times, and find joy wherever you can find it, even if it's small. You know, hey, at least you found something good. And I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody.